I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on all bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bills referred to the committee. Please note there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and the select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom and electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with the House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all the votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. All right, Keith, you're on.
All right, roll call. Representative Hunt?
Here,
present.
I'm all alone.
Representative Petusik?
I'm here. I'm alone in my upstairs hobby room.
Representative Osborne?
Not here.
Representative Ammon here. Representative Abramson?
Here alone.
Representative Ham?
Here alone.
Representative De Palma?
Here alone.
Representative Greason?
Present and alone.
Representative Johnson?
Here, alone in the room at the moment, but I do have 2 teenage daughters who are home on hybrid today.
Representative Terry?
I am present. I am here by myself in this room at this time. My wife is in the house.
Representative Bartlett?
I'm here alone in this room.
Representative Abel?
I'm here. I'm by myself.
Representative Herbert?
I'm here. My wife is in her office.
Representative Van Houten?
Present alone.
Representative Fargo?
I'm here. My husband is in the house.
Representative Weston?
I'm here in my office alone.
Representative Bellew?
Here and home alone.
Representative Burrows?
I'm here. My husband will be in the home later.
And lastly, Representative McAleer.
I'm here. My wife's here, but soon to leave.
All right, that's the roll, Mr. Chair, and it's 18 present.
All right, great. Time being 9:04, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill HB 299, and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Petusik. Good morning, Representative Petusik.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues on the Commerce Committee. I'm here to introduce House Bill 299 at the request of the Insurance Department. This omnibus type bill will make changes to several of the laws that regulate property and casualty insurance. Okay, I have a little check sheet here. These changes will clean up and simplify language in the statute on motor vehicle liability provisions. They will allow the insured's request as grounds for canceling a commercial policy. They will modify the definition of third-party administrators, also known as TPAs, to include property and casualty, PNC, insurance, and remove workers' compensation insurance. It will clarify that forms and rates filed for information only will be held confidential until they take effect. And it will allow insurers to include the fees for unanticipated costs while calculating rates and clarifying pro rata premium earning for personal lines policies. And finally, it will remove, quote, excessive insurance, unquote, as an exemption from the consumer protections in RSA 417-B. Following me, there are folks from the insurance department to answer any questions you may have. And thank you for your consideration of this legislation. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask, but I will pass on the questions to the folks from the insurance agency that are going to be following me. Thank you for your consideration, and that ends my testimony.
Great, thank you. Pam, could you turn me on so I can upload?
Yeah. Oh,
Very sorry about that.
That's all right. I couldn't text you fast enough to let you know.
You should be all set.
Okay, yep, there we go. All right, great. Is there any questions for Representative Patusek? Seeing none, we will now call on the insurance department, and I'll start with Emily Doherty. So I'm bumping you up here, Emily. And while I'm at it, I will. Okay. So Emily, you're in.
Okay.
And go
Good
ahead.
morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry. My name is Emily Doherty, and I'm just confirming that you did call me. My it cut out there briefly on me. The Zoom.
Yes, I understand that happens when I link you over. So you're all set now.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. All right. Thank you. Good morning. Again, my name is Emily Doherty. I'm the property and casualty attorney at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. As was previously noted, this omnibus type bill will make changes to several of the laws that regulate property and casualty insurance. I'll address each of the proposed changes. The bill proposes to add paragraph labels to RSA 264-18, which pertains to accidents and financial responsibility for motor vehicles, and it seeks to simplify the law's language to make the law easier to read. The bill also proposes to amend property and casualty commercial lines cancellation statute to add cancellation at the request of the insured as a basis of cancellation. This proposed change would make the commercial lines cancellation statute consistent with the cancellation statutes applicable to the personal lines property and casualty insurance that already exist. In addition, the bill proposes to include all property and casualty third-party administrators within the third-party administrator statute, rather than just workers' compensation third-party administrators. It also seeks to simplify the wording of the statute. The bill also proposes to amend RSA 400A15-F, which pertains to form and rate filings, to clarify that forms and rates filed for informational purposes remain confidential until effective. The bill proposes to amend 412.15 to clarify that fees for unanticipated costs may be recovered. It also clarifies the law relative to premium earning patterns and the return of unearned premium in personal lines. Lastly, the bill proposes to remove the excess insurance exemption from the cancellation non-renewal statute RSA 417B. Those are my comments on the bill. I note that although Attorney James Fox, the Property and Casualty Director for the department, is listed as going to provide testimony today, he will not be doing that. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so I can assume you're telling us everything that Jim would also have told us. Huh?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. We do have a question, Representative Houghton.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to testify before us. You kind of went over this quickly, and I'd just like to double check. In several places, workers' compensation has been stricken, and property and casualty has replaced that language. Could you just remind me as to why that has happened here?
This is in the third-party administrator statute, and this just before the third-party administrator statute just only included workers' compensation third-party administrators, and this makes it so that it will include all third-party administrators, including workers' compensation third-party administrators for property and casualty insurance lines.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, see none. Okay, Jim, you got yourself up there. Good. So I'm inviting up Jim Hatem. And I have no idea what his position is because he's signing up at before my report was printed. Good morning, Jim. You there yet, Jim? So close, yet so close, but yet so far.
Here he is.
Okay, I've unmuted myself.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jim Hatem on behalf of State Farm. I signed up in support of this bill, but I realized in signing up that I had missed the opportunity to provide my testimony on the website. So I just am now doing it here because I do want to testify on subsequent bills. I just want to make sure I could raise my hand and be heard. So thank you. It seems I can do that. So thank you very much.
Okay, I guess everything's working fine then. Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion? Any questions for Mr. Hatem? I guess nobody has any questions for you. Anybody else would like to weigh in on this bill on the attendees list? Okay. I guess we're all set. All right. Seeing no more interest. So I'll close before I close the public hearing. The sheet has 8 people in support, nobody opposed, and 1 neutral. Eric Rathbun. Okay. With that, we'll close the public hearing. That was way too easy. Okay. Well. So we're done until
17 minutes.
9:30. So I guess I left a little too much time for that one, but
5:20.
okay.
John, how much snow did you guys get out there?
So we've been getting a couple inches here, a couple inches there. So it's over 1.5 feet that's sitting out there just screaming at me why I haven't gone skiing yet.
You haven't gone skiing yet?
Well, since the storm started, which, from Sunday.
Yeah.
And then Monday, I was,
Yeah.
I had my county delegation, and then I ran off to get my vaccine. And then yesterday we were busy here and we got another full day here. And
Yeah.
so tomorrow.
Yeah, we got 12 inches on the ground over here in Derry.
Yeah.
We only got like 3 inches yesterday. But it was like real soft and just push it away.
Nice and fluffy. That's good. It's nice for
Yeah.
me. You don't have to break trail too much. So I have my base that's under there. So it's good.
Yeah, definitely either pink or green wax.
I have waxless. I haven't put wax on skis in 30 years.
Well, this is hard wax for this situation.
Yeah, that hard wax. You gave me that hard white wax.
Yeah.
Which I have used.
Yeah.
But
If you want to go a little faster, you can put some on.
Yeah, I use the lubricant one, the one comes on with a little roller. You roll it.
Yeah.
up,
Yeah. It's basically the same stuff.
So, but my problem is more when the temperature is right, close around freezing, it starts to stick to my skis. That's really needed.
Yeah.
But other than that, I have nice thin, long skis, so I go pretty fast.
Back in the old days, we used Clister on
Right.
the waxable skis.
That's right. I haven't done that in a long time.
No, not hardly. Okay, where are we at? 5:20. 5:20. Oh, this is Representative Bartlett. Okay, I gotta cut that out. It's 8. 801. Well, I should go punch that. No, we'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Well, I should have known better. I only do that one 15 minutes. Probably this next one too. But I was kind of conscious of overloading too many bills.
Hard to time them all perfectly. You've been doing pretty well, I think.
So far, so good. And the fact that we can get all our bills heard in 7 days is pretty miraculous. But we really have a really light load, lighter than usual. So,
Well, that's for sure. People really did take into heart the suggestion that we not put in a lot of bills that probably need a lot of work.
Yeah.
Next year will be a heavy year.
Yeah, probably. I just wish people would call me ahead of time or talk before they put these bills in. So, because we really don't have time to amend bills.
Yeah. Well, it would be helpful, but that's a tall ask.
That's a really good idea, though.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a really good idea.
You know, in September of a campaign year, everybody's out straight in October. I think it's hard for them to think that far ahead.
Yeah.
I've never introduced a bill because there are so many bills that, I mean, I've been here for 17 years.
I was going to say, you've been around a little bit.
Because there are way too many bills that are introduced every year. I can co-sponsor, but I think it takes a lot of time to follow a bill or to, bring it forward and really make it a success. And I'll give that responsibility to others.
And Representative Bolio, you're also on the school board.
Yeah, 3 meetings this week.
Yeah, in Manchester. That's a big school board.
All right, so it's 9:31. So why don't we open up the public hearing on House Bill 520 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Bartlett. Good morning, Representative Bartlett.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee. I have a little introductory speech here. This bill was requested by the insurance department, and it was really to get the laws in line with what practices really are with the insurance companies. I know I've been getting my documents from Liberty Mutual for years electronically. I'm introducing House Bill 520 at the request of the insurance department. This bill will allow for electronic delivery of insurance documents by making changes to existing statutes and creating a new chapter. E-delivery of documents is becoming standard practice, but currently the statutes specify in-person or regular mail only. With the changes provided in this legislation, an insured may give their signed consent to receive any documents electronically. There are folks here from the insurance department to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your consideration of this legislation.
Okay, great. Does anybody have any questions of Representative Bartlett? Seeing none, we thank you very much. And the chair will then invite Attorney Doherty to present the bill through the insurance department.
Good morning again. Once again, my name is Emily Doherty. I'm the property and casualty attorney at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. As some little background, this bill is the same bill as Senate Bill 579 from last year that had passed in the Senate on consent, but then was tabled by the House when the pandemic hit. As a general overview, in large part, this bill addresses consumer demand to receive insurance documents electronically by allowing consumers who want to receive insurance documents electronically to do so. I'll now go through the different parts of the bill. The first part of the bill proposes to amend the property and casualty cancellation and refusal to renew statutes to allow for electronic delivery of cancellation and renewal notices. The second part of the bill seeks to amend the commercial non-renewal statutes to eliminate the requirement that insurer automatically issue a non-renewal notice to policyholders where the premium will increase more than 25%, while keeping the requirement that the insurer provides 60 days notice to the policyholder if the premium increase is greater than 25%. The last part of the bill proposes the addition of a new statutory chapter, RSA 420-Q, which would be called electronic delivery of insurance documents and notices. Under the new statutory chapter, an insurer could deliver insurance documents and notices so long as the requirements of the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act, which is RSA 294-E, are met and the recipient has consented to receiving the insurance documents and notices electronically. I note that once again, Property and Casualty Director James Fox was scheduled to also provide testimony on this bill today, and he won't be doing that. But those are all my comments, and I'm welcome to take any questions. Thank you.
We do. Representative Burrows has a question. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Just one question. Thank you for taking my question. When I send a bill on QuickBooks, for example, I know whether a customer's opened it or not. And I'm wondering if there's any thought to that kind of provision so that you know that the electronic notice has been received by the customer.
The bill does propose that the in the proposed 420Q that the insurer has to have standards that they're confident that the party who's signed up to receive the documents electronically has received them. And there's standards that they're supposed to follow under the 420Q. I'm not, yes.
Thanks very much.
Representative Abel, you may inquire.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Emily Doherty, for your testimony. Could you just say a little bit more about the process by which an individual consumer elects whether to get this information electronically or by mail? Just wondered if you say a couple more words.
Just the insurance company would have to show that they had obtained the insured or the party receiving the electronic notices consent to receive them that way. And the insurance company just would also have to allow a party to go back to receiving paper notices if the party expressed a desire to do that down the line.
Okay. Any other questions? Boy, the insurance department's getting off easy today. Okay. So over the attendees. Oh, now Jim Hayden again. Okay, so I'll move you back, Jim. You weren't signed up, so I didn't. That's why I put you back there. So this is the dead air when they're being transferred over from one side to the other. And good morning, Mr. Attorney Hayden again. Oh, you got a background now. We get to see you. Great. Is that Link Winnipesaukee?
I actually don't. I think it might be a Long Island Sound.
Okay.
We'll pretend it's. I don't know. I grabbed it offline, so you don't have to see that I'm in my kid's bedroom working remote from my wife, who's working downstairs. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jim Hayden on behalf of State Farm Insurance Companies. And I signed up online in support of this bill. This is an important bill for State Farm because it is committed to updating and modernizing the laws throughout the country in general, and particularly in relation to e-delivery of documents, because frankly, this is, as Ms. Doherty indicated, something that's entirely driven by the customers, because that is the way they get their documents from many other companies, many other types of companies. And it really is the standard way that they view information from all of their companies, all of their places where they buy business. You know, it's very convenient for them because it allows them access to the information right in their hand where they typically interact with the world. It allows them to store the information in a way so that they have ready access to it later on. It saves them the need to figure out when they get paper whether or not they need to shred it before they throw it away. Or they saves them the need to store it somewhere and let it accumulate in some file drawer that I think a lot of folks have been cleaning out during this time of being locked at home. So for those reasons, I testify in support of this bill. But I also wanted to note a particular provision that Ms. Doherty touched on, and it relates to the requirement of a non-renewal notice in the event of an increase of premium. And as Ms. Doherty noted, the bill still requires notice to the to the customer of a substantial increase in premium, but it allows the insurance company to leave the words non-renewal off the form, because frankly, just because there's a substantial increase in premium doesn't mean the insurance company doesn't want to retain that person as a customer. They're just notifying them of a substantial increase in premium. That information will be in front of them. It's not necessarily a non-renewal. So it eliminates a lot of confusion that is really the results of statutes that were drafted long ago. State Farm, again, supports this aspect of the bill and the changes. And in general, we support this bill as a whole. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will take any questions if asked.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? I must say, getting a 25% increase sounds like non-renewal to me, but I understand that we want to be appropriate to how we label the form so that people know that we didn't really mean to scare you away.
Right, it was an automatic when the market changes.
Yeah. So, Representative Abel has a question.
And I apologize. I probably should have asked this to the insurance department, but as far as I can tell, this has nothing to do with billing, methods of billing. It's only notices. Is that correct? Your understanding, Mr. Adam?
Certainly excuse me, I believe that the general e-delivery of documents includes billing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for Attorney Hayden? Seeing none, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you going to be testifying anymore today, or should I move you off permanently?
Let me just look. I think so. Let's see. I want to be not the next one, but 450.
Okay. All right. So anybody else who's an attendee would like to weigh in? Oh, you're all just listening in. Okay. Great. All right. So if there are no more questions, we have 6 in support, no opposed, and 1 neutral. Neutral. I don't know. Okay. I will close the public hearing. And I have a feeling we have another wait again. Okay, till 10 o'clock. All right, well, another 15 minutes. I guess we've got plenty of coffee breaks today. All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If you like, we could try test drive the screen sharing that I mentioned just to make sure.
Sure.
We get the technology down.
Okay, so this is a presentation you would want to make. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
It seems that I have permission.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see how this works. I think the key to screen sharing is making sure you don't have other screens open that aren't really appropriate for sharing.
Yeah, right.
You start there, right? And
So,
then
desktop.
let's go right to this one.
Load it up before you turn it on. Okay.
Did it work?
I can see a license plate, a Nissan. Oh, you blotched out the license plate number too.
Of course.
Right. Maintain privacy. Yes, so that does seem to work. And you want to just scroll the next page just to make sure everything's.
Sure. I'll go backwards.
Or is that the last one? That's great. Yep, there we go. There's Nissan. How many slides do you?
Not many. Not many.
Okay.
So seems it works.
Okay. Oh.
So I will stop the screen share.
And George Russos has raised his hand. So
it's because that's his car.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't drive a Nissan. All right. Okay, George, I've loaded you up to the panels, which You have a question, George? You got to mute yourself. Maybe he wasn't expecting to do that. He was just playing with buttons.
All right, I get it. So, well, I'm glad I tried it out because I'm hoping to testify this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Hatem. That was my car. Thank you for using it and blocking out the license plate. I appreciate that too. So the way this works, I guess, is Lindsay's not here to tell me. I raise my hand and then I wait for about an hour and then I see the thing about unmuting if I want to, and I click it. Is that how it works?
So I sent the unmute because there was a little delay. You're supposed to know that right now you're in control of your own muting. You know, in other words, it's one less task for me to worry about.
Okay, I know. I'd like to say that work.
I can mute people if I want to, but I try not to unmute them without them.
Sure, no. But I didn't see the mute sign. But I'll work on that between now and this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Right.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Happy New Year.
Same to you. Same to you. I wish we were in person. Someday that'll happen. Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna stop my video and mute myself. Is that
Okay.
right?
Yeah. I'm gonna throw you back over to attendees. You and Jim. I'm gonna throw you back over to the side of the aisle. But generally, I'm getting pretty good at it. I'll move people up before I announce your name. So, you know, you'll see that when you get moved over, but that I try to do it ahead of time so we don't have that lag.
So I just need to learn where the mute sign is when after I raise my hand.
Well, okay. You have it on your screen, right? Are you using a Mac or a PC?
PC.
Okay. So I'm less educated about a PC, but
sure. I see on the lower left right now. I've got it.
Right. So that's usually there. And then actually, if you point on your screen yourself, your own screen, if you move your arrow onto your own screen.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Got another mute. So that's a second mute button. And then
wow.
if you have a fairly new computer like I do, there's a bar, you know, on our Macs, and I assume the PCs have something similar to a bar, a mute button will also appear there. So there are multiple muting routes.
Great.
All
can
right.
you, Mr. Chairman, can you forecast at all what the hearings look like at, I noticed we've got at 2:00, you've got House Bill 310, the auto repair bill.
So much
Is that
about
going to be
that.
a marathon?
You and Jim really care about. So I would say at this moment, I do not have it because the list on who's testifying and stuff, they don't send it to me until 15 minutes prior to the hearing because there's some people who are a little doggy about.
I see. Okay. All right. Great. Well, thank you. You guys are doing a great job, Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Chairman. It's been a pleasure to follow all these hearings.
Okay.
Over the last
very entertaining. All right.
That's great. Yeah. There's nothing better.
Yeah.
My whole family watches.
Well, you're stuck at home.
All right. I'm signing off. Thank you.
Bye.
See you later.
I'm just going to move. I'm going to move you over, George. Change you're now going to be an attendee, so you don't have to do anything more.
Okay.
And I'm going to do the same thing to you, Jim. I'm going to just move you over. Okay. All righty. Back to my filing.
Chairman Hunt,
Yep.
Chris.
Yeah. Hi, Chris.
Yeah, I'm reading this, the next bill, I think it is. I hope we're getting, I have to admit to ignorance here. And it seems like there's 3 or 4 different references, 501c3, 50 something M5. And so I hope that somebody that's going to sit down and explain this legislation to us gets at least me up the stream. It's a charitable, I don't know about charitable gift giving and annuities stuff. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, but I'm just warning you ahead of time. I want to be able to understand this a bit better than what I'm getting.
Chris, did you print out the example that was sent by Representative Infantine?
No, I don't know where he sent it.
He emailed it. So you might want to look at that. And he's also presented an amendment.
All right, I haven't read Will's memo. I don't know what.
Well, that would help you prepare for it.
Yes, but I have 4 email accounts, and
Chris,
the one I use the most.
We've talked about that over and over. You've got to get in touch with the clerk so that only one gets used.
All right.
Chris, just follow our lead.
I will. I mean, I'm just warning everybody. I don't want to be, I probably won't say a word, but just warning the chairman that I'm right at this point in time. I'm in the dark.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So let me go over here and I'm going to move Will up. And we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 527 and hear from the prime sponsor, Will Infantine.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm going to be with you folks for the next hour and 15 minutes. I will try to make it extremely painless. I am very apologetic as to what happened with House Bill 527. I submitted this to OLS a few months ago, and it was not noticed by my constituent until like Friday that it really wasn't written as presented, and it was actually a bad bill as initially presented, House Bill 527. So I've been working with the Department of Justice, Tom Donovan. I've been working with my constituent, and we've made a number of changes. I will give you a brief overview of what this bill is about, but first let me introduce myself. My name is Will Infantine, State Representative from Manchester Ward 6, which is Hillsborough 13. I've been a licensed insurance agent in the state of New Hampshire for 32 years. I'm not licensed, nor do I sell anything to do with any kind of annuities. But let me explain how I think most of you know how some of these things work. You will place certain money into an account with either a charity or an insurance company, and they will give you a contract that states you will receive a certain amount of money back every month for a certain period of time until it either runs out or it could be, until your death. And those are very well regulated. Actuarial tables are put together to make sure that everyone understands exactly what money they're putting in and what they get back in return. Most of them are guaranteed by insurance carriers who have lots of money, because one of the most important thing we want to do here when the government sells any kind of or approves any kind of an annuity is to make sure that there is enough money to pay the individual. You signed a contract, you put money in, you expect money out. That's the way it's supposed to work. Mr. Chairman, can you see me? You have frozen, and I just want to make sure I am not frozen. Okay, very well. You were just being really cool there.
I'm very calm. Yes.
So what there are certain charitable annuities that are allowed. You take a large hospital, which might be a 501c3, Mr. Herbert, and you want to be able to donate some money to that hospital, yet get some money back. The difference between a regular annuity and a charitable annuity is if I'm going to go out and buy an annuity, I'm going to check out every insurance company to make sure I get the best deal for the money I'm putting in for the longest period of time, whether it's a short period of time and a better monthly return, or a smaller monthly return in a longer period of time. But I can make that decision. On a charitable one, you're basically making a decision to take less. I'm going to take less per month for the money I'm putting in. So if I'm putting in $50,000 to this charitable annuity, I'm going to take a little less back per month, but some of the extra money that's going to be left at the end, I'm going to give to the charity. And in response, and as a result of that, I'm going to get a tax deduction, which is I want now. I want my tax deduction now, and the charity gets some money. However, to do that, we want to make sure that that charity has enough money to fulfill the contract. So we make sure they have $300,000 in liquid assets that are unrestricted and all these other things. That's a great idea. It's a super concept. We are not changing that law. The proposal here is to say, what do we do for small charities? A group of hockey teams, a nonprofit charter school, any kind of other small charity that many of you may volunteer or donate to, something that's going to help kids with special needs or any of those type of things. But they don't have that $300,000 in restricted cash. They can't do this. So the goal here is very simple, to allow smaller charities to be able to do the same thing. However, the requirements are that they only have $25,000 in restricted cash, but because we want to make sure that they can pay this contract, they have to go find an insurance company to back it. Okay, so they can't just do it on their own like some of the bigger charities can. They have someone else, an insurance company, to back it, and then that charity gets that difference between, as I said, the example I had made that you're taking a lesser return on your investment, and the charity gets that money. That is simplistically what we want to do here. We're not changing the existing law to cut into the charities that have ability to do this if they have over $300,000 in restricted cash. We're not trying to do anything that is not going to protect the investment of the individual. I talked to the insurance commissioner yesterday. They understand that they would be still in charge of these insurance companies that would be backing these charitable annuities. There is an example. A financial planner by the name of Steve Matthew has signed up to speak. He will be explaining the example that was sent and how it works. Tom Donovan from the Department of Justice has some questions that I've been trying to fix in these amendments with OLS. Instead of the original bill, if you've looked at it, folks, it kind of groups everything together, and that just muddied the water. Instead, we've created an entire new section, Roman numeral 6, just for these smaller annuities. It's as simple as that. I'd like to make it so it's perfect. So there's no questions, there's no arguments, everyone is protected, and it just allows for other smaller charities to do this. This is not a novel idea. This is allowed in a number of states. I'd be willing to take any questions, but I do know that Tom Donovan from the Department of Justice will weigh in, and I also know Steve Matthew will weigh in and hopefully answer any of your specific questions. I am not a financial planner. I am over my head on the really in the weeds thing on this one. And that's why I will allow those folks to speak. But Mr. Chairman, keeping things quickly as I always try to do for your very busy committee, I would be happy to accept any questions.
Okay, we do have a question from Nita Burrows.
Yes, thank you for taking my question, Representative. You may be able to answer this or may want to defer to Tom Donovan. Just quickly, it sounds very reasonable. I like the bill. My only question is, why did you come up with the one that the charity had to be in operation for 1 year? Because that kind of scares me, because there are a lot of small charities that come along and are flaky and are gone very quickly.
Representative, I wanted, because of that, exactly that comments that are flaky and come and go, didn't want someone to quote unquote create a charity today and then then try to do one of these things. We wanted someone to be in business for a number of years as a charity to prove themselves. Now, if you would like to increase that, I'm not going to have any problem. Someone should be in business, a charity for 3 years or something to prove their worth. I have no issue with that, Representative.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions for Representative Infantine? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I guess I'm going to call up Steve first, and then you, Tom, so you can tell us what you what you really feel about it. So, Steve Matthew is you're recognized to testify.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. My primary business today is taxes. I'm an accountant and do income tax preparation, but I do also own an investment advisory, estate planning practice as well. I have served on the board of numerous charities and charitable organizations over the years. Most recently, the New Hampshire Legends of Hockey. I was instrumental in forming 3 different charities, the St. Catherine's School Charitable Foundation, the St. Joseph's Junior Regional High School Charitable Foundation, as well as a few others, and as well as many private donor advised funds for individuals who are higher net worth individuals. The purpose of the bill is really to help some of these smaller institutional charities, like, for example, the St. Catherine's School or the New Hampshire Legends of Hockey or Friends of Central Hockey, to raise money. And one of the tools that in our work with a lot of senior citizens is they would like to find a way to make gifts that could benefit them, but at the same time benefit their small charities. And so I gave you an example, and I don't know if you all have that example in your hands, but basically I would just want to run through quickly what it means, what it looks like, and how it works. In essence, here we took a 70-year-old individual. I show with a $100,000 donation. Well, this individual would get a 4.7% distribution for the rest of his life. Do any of you know where you can get 4.7% on your money today? Guaranteed. All right. The fact is it doesn't exist. But in a charitable gift annuity, what they're in essence doing is they're taking this and they're taking the actuarial value of this individual and they're paying it out over his life expectancy. Now, the difference is if they were to take that same $100,000 and go to a commercial insurance carrier on their own, they'd get approximately 5.4%. So they'd be getting more money, but they're willing to accept a little bit less here. And the reason is, and I'm going to go down on the screen the reason is because they're going to get a $36,000 tax deduction on this gift, because that's the net present value of the remainder interest that would be left to the charity. Now, if we implement this bill, what happens is the charity would then have to go out. Now, if it's a very large charity and they were issuing this themselves, that $36,000 would basically be frozen there, and they wouldn't be able to touch any of that money until such time as that individual died. And with the small charities, you're not helping them a bit by doing this because they can't even issue it unless they've got $300,000 of unrestricted cash. So what the bill does is it basically does 2 things. For the large charities, it allows them to commercially insure it, which would allow them the ability to take that residual value and use that either for current use or put it into their endowment funds. And it would do the same thing for the small charities as well. Now, Tom Donovan had raised some issues, which I think are very valid. He had said, well, some of these larger donor advised foundations do charitable gift annuities now. And the answer to that is yes, some of them do. A lot of them do not. A lot of them don't, simply because they don't want to be dealing with the actuarial work and the administrative work that's associated with administering charitable gift annuities. All right. So if we bring the insurance companies into this, which that's all they do is issue annuities all day long, then what we're doing is we're basically taking the risk off of this charity. We're allowing the charity to take advantage of this right away and to have a residual balance that they can spend right away, because they're going to, in this example I gave you, the approximate cost of the commercial annuity would be $69,000 to fund that $4,700 a year for the rest of the life of that 70-year-old. All right, they'd have $31,000 that they could immediately expend for their benefit. So that's the purpose of what we're proposing here. I want to give small charities the ability to raise money and to get into and to build their endowments up if that's what they're trying to do. Questions?
Anybody? Questions from the committee?
I have a question.
Yes,
Sure.
Representative McAleer, yes.
Steve, nice to see you again. I don't know if you recognize me.
I do, Chris.
Just a quick question. Does the small charity, does that have to be a 501c3?
The donor, well, the small charity would have to be a 501c3, yes. Or if it's a donor advised fund, they're basically a subgroup of a 501c3. So the answer is, in all cases, yes. In one way, shape, or form, they're going to have to be affiliated with a charitable organization that is a qualified charity.
Thank you very much for participating. Appreciate it.
Okay, Representative Fargo is next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As the insurance company, can you tell me how the insurance company gets paid for this, and how much of the how much they make when they help these charities create these annuities?
Yeah, let me separate that into two pieces. The insurance company is basically managing money, and then they're managing the actuarial risk. The typical insurance company is working on 1 to 1.5% spreads of the assets under management, which was netting to them over a long period of time. And then if they pay out a commission to an insurance agent on these immediate annuities, typically they're paying insurance agents today somewhere around 1.5% commission on the sale of these things if they ran it through an insurance agent.
Any other question? All set? Yeah. Okay, Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you very much for testifying. I'm glad you mentioned risk, because that's what my question is. I wonder if you could tell us what the risks are for each of the parties. I mean, the worst case scenario, I suppose, for the donor, for the charity, and for the insurance company. And I don't know if there's anyone else in there, but I want to make sure that we understand that fully, what kind of risk each one is taking in this kind of transaction.
Sure. Anytime somebody buys an annuity, whether it be a charitable gift annuity or whether it be a straight annuity with an insurance company, the basic risk that they have is the ability of the payor to complete the transaction as promised. And so with charitable gift annuities right now, typically the only companies typically the only charities that issue them are the very large ones with millions of dollars in assets. And the reason for that is they have to have the ability to make those payments and guarantee those payments over long periods of time. In the case of the insurance companies, that's the business that they're in, managing risk. And any business that's licensed in the state of New Hampshire, for example, any insurance company in the state of New Hampshire is required to join the New Hampshire Insurance Guarantee Association. And if one should fail, basically the others have to make good on the obligations of the one that failed up to $100,000 per account. So there's a certain amount of guarantees that are built in whenever somebody buys an annuity from an insurance company. But when they buy from a charitable gift annuity, there really aren't any guarantees other than the financial wherewithal of that particular charitable organization. In this case, what we're doing is we're actually adding safety margin, because when we have the insurance guarantee associations that are at least providing for a portion of the risk guarantee, we're actually putting the purchasers in a better position than if they're buying outright from a large charitable organization that's solely relying on their own investment assets.
Okay, Representative Bartlett.
I don't care.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what happens if the charity is no longer? We're talking about a charity that's only been in operation for at least 1 year. So if the charity goes away and this annuity's in place, what happens to the payouts?
In this particular example, if we're allowing an outside carrier to fund this thing, then the individual would continue to get their payment stream forever. Because in essence, what we're doing is we're subrogating that risk to a commercial insurance company. And so whether
the donor gets their money.
right, the donor continues to get their payout.
Okay, can I ask another question?
Inquire.
Thank you. So the donor gets their money, the charitable organization gets all the money up front, is that correct?
Well, what they're getting is the original donation comes into the charity up front. But in order for them to be able to issue that promised annuity, they have to immediately, within 5 days under this bill, purchase that annuity from a commercial insurance carrier. So it has to go out the door immediately to a commercial insurance carrier.
So
Further
the
question?
charity, okay,
The
I'm sorry,
charity-
I'm missing the
charity-
chain.
Yeah, the charity is then left with the residual balance. So if you look at the example that I had sent up to you, the residual balance, the present value of the remainder interest on the initial purchase is $36,000. But then you have to go out and buy an annuity that's going to cost $69,000 to fund that to the individual. So they're only left with $31,000. So the charitable organization is only left with a small percentage. Now, this percentage changes depending on the age of the individual that buys the annuity. The older they are, the greater the residual balance. The younger they are, the less the residual balance.
One more question.
Further question, may inquire.
So the board of this charitable organization needs to be pretty well informed. And having been on many boards, I have a tough time thinking that many members would understand how this would take place. Is that fair?
That is absolutely fair, and I would agree with you completely. The value that happens now is that if you have, and there are financial advisors throughout the state and all over the country that are literally doing this, they're advising their clients to set up, who are charitably inclined to set up these types of things. And basically, those are the people that are going to bring to and educate the various boards as to a way that they can raise funds for their organization and do it simply and cost effectively. So it's going to be, there'll be financial advisors that will basically consult, and for the most part, most of the boards that I know of, most of the nonprofit entities in New Hampshire and all the ones that I've worked on, there's usually always either an accountant, a financial advisor, or some financial person serving on those boards. And so it would behoove them to have somebody of that nature who understands these things working with them.
One more question.
One further question, yes.
I'm sorry. I can see, if you're talking about a church, you have a pretty good chance of getting a good board of trustees that may have that expertise. You're on the Hockey Association board. But if you weren't there, who on that, I'm not asking personal questions, but would there be somebody else on say the hockey board that would understand this kind of transaction?
Many of the boards that I've worked with, for example, I worked with Opera New Hampshire. We had a couple of lawyers on that board. We had, different people that were financially savvy or had a basic understanding. And truthfully, when you sit down and you draw this out to somebody, and if I were to put this on kind of boxes and graphs, it's really a pretty easy concept to understand. On this particular chart, I gave you, there's way too many numbers on it. And I'm only showing it because it came right off of the pension, not the pension, but the Plan Giving Design Center calculator website. So I normally wouldn't show that to anybody, but basically what we want to know is, here's what you get, here's what the charity gets, and here's where the money goes, and here's how the money comes into you. And it's really, it's not a complicated thing, even though the workings, obviously there's actuarial calculations that go into this, and those are the people behind the scenes doing that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, anybody else have any questions for Mr. Matthew? Okay, seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony. And I'll now invite Tom Donovan from the Charitable Trust Division of the Attorney General's Office. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you and members of the committee for allowing me to speak today I'm Tom Donovan. I'm Director of Charitable Trusts at the Attorney General's Office. And as is usually the case, we are not taking a position on this bill. It's a policy matter for you and the committee to be considering. We do have questions and concerns we want to alert you to as to one paragraph of this proposal. I think that Representative Infantine and Mr. Matthew explained pretty well what the intent of this is. Our concern relates to it. It begins at line 20 on the original bill, and then line 9 of the amended bill, and it's subparagraph 2. But let me back up first to say, so why do charities issue charitable gifts annuity? At some point back in time, some development officer at some charity thought this is another good way to raise money for your charity. As I get older, I get letters from my college trying to get me to buy a charitable gift annuity to help my college and to help me in retirement. Other nonprofits do the same, and it's a good investment, or it's a good fundraising vehicle. It's a little complicated, but it's a way to provide an annuity to an individual, and then also some money gets spun off to the nonprofit. So why then is charitable trust involved? The issuance of annuities is an insurance product, and generally, if you're going to be selling an insurance product, you have to be licensed by the insurance department. And so if you are, I don't know, Dartmouth College or something, you don't want to have to deal with the insurance department. So bill got passed years ago to say that nonprofits that issue charitable gift annuities don't have to get licensed as an insurance company so long as they comply with certain obligations. They have $300,000 in reserve, they follow certain annuity principles, et cetera. And then every year they have to certify that their annuity program continues to abide by those requirements. And so long as they do that, then they're free to issue charitable gift annuities, and they don't have to get licensed by the insurance department. So the filing comes both to us and to the insurance department, and we get a number of these every year where there's just a checklist of 5 or so items that this charity is complying with this requirements with respect to its charitable gift annuity program. And that's all set forth in RSA chapter 403E. This bill would amend 403E to expand the opportunity for a certain group of charities to offer charitable gift annuities. And as I said, we're not taking a position on that. There is this paragraph 2 that I've raises concerns. And so now I'm going to, for a minute, leave the world of charitable gift annuities and bore you with another type of charitable donation. So you have the opportunity, any individual has an opportunity to set up a donor advised fund. There are companies like Fidelity, Schwab, even the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation offer donor advised funds. What that is like a savings account for you to put a pot of money away. You get your charitable tax deduction upfront. And let's say you donate $10,000 to Fidelity Charitable. You then can call them up this year, next year, 10 years from now, and say, I'd like 10,000 of that. If I give it, let's say, I don't know, 100,000, I'll give 10,000 to the opera. And then in a couple of years, maybe I'll give 10,000 to the hospital. You call them up and you can give them advice on it. and then you can give it away. Now you got the tax deduction in year one, which is good. It's no longer your money. You have an account at Fidelity Charitable or Schwab Charitable or the Charitable Foundation, and you give them advice. And for the most part, they'll follow your advice as long as it's a 501c3 that you recommend the money go to. So that's what a donor advised fund is. The sponsors of those donor advised funds are themselves charities. So Fidelity Charitable is a 501c3. Schwab Charitable is a 501c3. The New Hampshire Charitable Foundation is also. So you can do that, and it's a convenient way. As I say, it's almost like a savings account you have, but it can only be used for charities that you choose. Now, some nonprofits also choose to open donor advised funds. And that's what Mr. Matthew was talking about. So if you are Friends of Central High Hockey and you're trying to raise money, but you don't feel that you could invest it well, or you just want it to be safe, you might say that our endowment is not going to be held by us, but we're Friends of Central High Hockey is going to open up a donor advised fund, let's say with the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation or Fidelity Charitable. And then the Friends group, when they want the money for their own activities, can say, we'd like to use this money for our own programming. And then Fidelity Charitable will cut a check back to the charity. That's how it works. So it's like a savings account for another charity. What paragraph 2, I think, is intended to do is to allow these small nonprofits that use a donor advised fund for their own endowment, like the St. Catherine's Foundation or Friends of Central Hockey, to offer this charitable gift annuities. The concern I have is not with them. The concern I have is that you got the Tom Donovan donor advised fund at Fidelity Charitable. Am I going to go out and try to sell charitable gift annuities or get people to buy them? I'm not sure who would, but if somebody, I'd say, I'm part of Fidelity Charitable, which is a 501c3. I can issue you a charitable gift annuity, and the benefit of it will come back to benefit the Tom Donovan donor advised fund. I'm not sure that's the intent, and I might have some concerns about that. So I don't have a concern if it's a charity that holds the donor advised fund. I have a concern if it's an individual that holds a donor advised fund. So that's probably more than you wanted to hear. I think that there are probably ways that this could be worked out in language, but that's the issue. And by the way, the term should be donor advised fund in the bill. It should not be donor advised foundation. It's a term of art, donor advised fund. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Tom. Representative Herbert has a question, but you did say you were pretty confused about all this, right, Chris?
Yes, but I mean, I've actually sold $100,000 insurance policy, so I'm not as confused maybe as I make out. But Tom, the last part of your conditionality or whatever, your observation is that you don't want, I mean, I understand this is all a huge, the funding for this stuff actually comes out of the tax base because you don't have to pay taxes. Once you give it out to the charitable, by definition, you're in a nonprofit situation and that money can compound, however it does, without taxes being paid. So that's the whole idea of charitable trusts and all that stuff. And I'm not against that, but the security part of it is where I get nervous because all of this finance ends up at a bank somewhere. And a lot of it is in debt. And if you run into a situation like we're in now, where there's the most secure financial paper is a treasury and it pays nothing or virtually nothing. So it's becoming more and more difficult for these pensions, charitables, all these guys to put enough money aside in order to pay out what they promised in the beginning. So I have that concern that it's generic. But the last part you talked about was you want to make sure that somebody's not going around using this vehicle just to sell annuities, because that's where the security is coming from, is an insurance company somewhere. And behind the insurance company are banks. So this is all tied together. And I have one question. And I don't know if you know the answer to this, Tom. And that is, how many nonprofit organizations are there in the state of New Hampshire?
So Representative Herbert, so we have registered with us 11,000 charitable organizations. Roughly 6,000 of them are based here in New Hampshire. So I think your question is there are 6,000 of us here. And that's everything from your local Little League all the way up to your hospitals and Dartmouth College and everything in between.
Okay, so my concern with the generic, another question. Do you have any, where are your concerns in terms of risk? And your last comment, was that a risk variable when you were talking about who's selling it and who's owning it?
No, my concern is that I want people who are giving to a charity to be, that the charitable portion of it get used for charitable purposes. That's my concern. The insurance department would be concerned that the buyer of the annuity gets paid. And so your other questions about risk, Representative Herbert, would be best answered by the insurance department.
That's enough.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question, Tom. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the representative previously. And actually, it's a two-pronged question. One, do you have concerns about the fact that under this, a charity could be in business for just over a year? And secondly, how often do you see young charities, let's put it, go out of business after a short period of time in New Hampshire?
Yeah, that Representative Burrows, that's an interesting question. I don't have any specific numbers to give you. Obviously, newer charities are more likely to fail than more established charities, but we get long-time charities that fail as well. Often it depends on the strength of the board to start out.
Follow-up, please.
Further question to inquire.
Yes. So Tom, do you have a problem with that 1 year number? Do you think that should be higher?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Representative Herbert, do you have a real question now? Yeah. Okay. Let me put your hand down. You're muted. You're muted, Chris. But I'm going to put your hand down. Okay, you did. Okay. Okay. Any other questions for Attorney Donovan? Seeing none, we thank you very much, Tom. And I see that Steve would like to come and offer up his last words, which he has time to do. So I'm going to bring him back in and hear what he has to say. So to wrap it up, Steve, you got 5 minutes.
All right. I think I'm sorry. Tom Donovan did an excellent job in raising a really good issue, which is about small individuals who set up their own, and then all of a sudden they're out selling charitable gift annuities. I just want to reiterate the fact that even if they did, the money goes immediately to the large charitable organization who is backing their donor advised fund. So if it was a Fidelity Charitable, if it was the American Endowment Foundation, if it was the Renaissance Foundation, whatever it is, that donor advised fund money goes immediately to that organization. That's item number one. Number two, all of the distributions or grants that come out of that donor advised fund must go to a qualified 501c3, so that after the individual raises money for his or her foundation, they on a personal level have no access to that money ever again. And when you set up a donor advised foundation, you also cannot benefit from that personally. In other words, you can't be an insurance agent selling it to yourself or setting up a commercial annuity for yourself. You can't be in any way benefiting as registered investment advisor on the account. Then just speaking as a registered investment advisor, my wife and I have an account, our own donor advised foundation set up at Fidelity Charitable. We get nothing off of that other than the fact that we're making charitable donations each year, and then we actually aggregate our charitable contributions. We might give $25,000 in one year to take full advantage of our tax deductions, and the next year we might not give anything to that foundation, and then ultimately any distributions we make to our charitable, to our church, or whatever come out of our foundation, it doesn't matter to us. We never have access to those funds again. So while I understand New Hampshire Attorney General Donovan's position, I don't think that it really matters, because again, there's no personal benefit other than the fact that the Steve Matthew Foundation or the Tom Donovan Foundation is now making a gift to the Opera New Hampshire or to the Palace Theater or to whatever. So I don't think that's an issue. So at this point, I'll shut up. And if any of you
Right.
have.
So I guess my question, Steve, is assuming that this concept, right? I mean, I certainly am familiar with this product. Assuming that this is around for small ones, I mean, because the ones I know are all big charities. So, but this idea of having small charities create this, I assume this is not, other states have done this. So have other states put in some kind of safeguards or some kind of bumpers to ensure that this is not abused?
Yeah, I've reviewed the legislation of 12 different states, and basically it's almost word for word what came out of those other states. So there are right now 48 out of the 50 states that offer this type of ability for commercial insurance. With regard to the specifics of the donor advised funds being included in that, I truthfully don't know, because I haven't looked to see whether any of them included it. I just put it into ours as an afterthought because of the fact that there are a lot of them, and some of the ones we work with that have established these things. And I see this as a way to help them grow into larger things. I know right now we've grown the St. Catherine's School from zero up to, it's probably somewhere around $180,000, $190,000 right now. The St. Marie's, 3 years ago, St. Marie's Church, we were only at somewhere down around $240,000. We're up over $500,000 now. So they could issue one on their own if they wanted to, but still they're not interested in hiring the actuarial support. They're not interested in the maintenance of these things and the risk that's associated of having people on their board who can manage those funds for them and do what has to be done. So, but that's kind of where I'm coming at.
That makes perfect sense. What you're trying to do makes perfect sense. But how about the 1 year? Did all the other states who have the nonprofits existed for 1 year?
There are some that are 1 year. There are some that are 5 years. There are some that are 3 years. It's all over the place.
Right. Okay.
So I throw out 1 year, but if you were to go 3 years, I'm okay with that. Doesn't matter to me. I don't think it's necessary to go 5 years. The key is whether there's an ongoing intent. I know, like, for example, with the small ones that I work with, Friends of Central Hockey, we're interested in building that up long-term to continue to support that organization years into the future. And if Central should cease to exist, there's an intent there where that would be immediately transferred to another high school hockey program somewhere, depending on what the successors are. And the same thing holds true if the diocese should close down St. Catherine's School or St. Joseph's Junior High School, same thing. We've got a succession plan in place under that foundation where those assets could be transferred to a comparable organization.
I certainly, that's obviously Charitable Trust's major mission is to take care of those who wind down and make sure the monies are appropriately distributed to an appropriate charity.
That's right.
But I would have to say that most of the organizations that I know that do this are large ones, and I think a lot of schools. I mean, I think the first one I knew about was Deerfield Academy, and they have a huge endowment, and so it's usually very large ones who have a whole fundraising department. Who's people who are that's all they do is go knock on doors and try to raise money. So it's the idea of the little ones a little scary. However, having said that, I am treasurer of the Ringe Historical Society, and we did receive a $500,000 grant. I mean, someone in their estate, in which immediately I put that off to having an appropriate financial entity to manage that and manage that fund. So, but at the same time, it's a little the idea is it's a little scary, and you want to make sure that I think it's a rich man's sport. It's only the people who've got so much income that they can afford to put cash away and get the tax deduction. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we make sure that nobody gets tempted to abuse this.
Well, I think by and large, you're correct. I mean, the vast majority of the people that are purchasing the charitable gift annuities are people of means. And most of them are in at least a 22% federal income tax bracket, and they're paying the New Hampshire interest and dividends tax. So I think you're correct. To address Representative Herbert's point from a tax standpoint, this actually, by building up a lot of these charitable organizations, you take a lot of pressure off a lot of local communities and governments, because if you look at who delivers just in Manchester, for example, you got Catholic Charities delivering, millions of dollars of services every single year that otherwise would probably have to be supported by government to some extent. So, I think there's, it's a double-edged sword. Yeah, there might be an initial year loss, but in future years, if people are building up these endowments and these organizations, it certainly is to the benefit of the communities that they serve.
Fair enough. Okay, we are everybody all set? Any more questions? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. And we will close the public hearing. And well, not a lot of people signed up on this one. We have one person supports, none opposed, and one was neutral. So with that, I will close the public hearing, and we're right on time for our next one, I think. All right. Okay. All right. Relative to motor vehicle insurance policy. Okay. All right. So this is your Bill. Will, this is also your bill, right?
Yes.
I had you all lined up here. Okay. Well, then you're on.
All right. You can hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. This is Representative Will Infantine from Hillsborough 13, which is Ward 6 in Manchester. I am submitting this bill on behalf of the New Hampshire Insurance Agents Association, where I served as a board member, the president at one point. I'm now on our national board. So unfortunately, I do too many things for no money. But that's okay. I don't mind volunteering. Put this under no good deed goes unpunished. 32 years ago, when I received my insurance license, the insurance limits, minimum insurance limits, are the same as they are today. New Hampshire is one of only 2 states that doesn't require mandatory auto insurance, and I'm okay with that because the numbers bear out. And I don't want to get into a discussion about that, but I must say, for a state that doesn't have insurance requirements, auto insurance requirements, we have more people have it than in other parts of all of New England that it's all mandatory, because we have something called underinsured and uninsured and underinsured motorists. So if you get hit by someone like I did by a drunk driver at 11 o'clock one morning who didn't have insurance, my insurance took care of it. I got to manage it, and my car was taken care of, and it didn't cost me anything. It cost my insurance company, didn't cost me anything. and it didn't affect my record. But as a result of only having, being one of the only 2 states that no longer requires auto insurance, we do 2 things. If you get into an auto accident where you cause damage or liability to some private individual and you do not have insurance coverage, the insurance department says you must get insurance before you get your license back. You must have it because you've already caused an incident, so you have to have it. Many of you have heard about it with DWIs, or they're called an SR22 form, where you have to have this coverage. We also tell people who get their first car and they say, hey, you know, I'm going to get my first car. I want to get insurance. I want the minimum allowed by New Hampshire law. That's what we have right now. These minimums are, you know, as outlined in the bill, they're very low. And my opinion is we are giving a false sense of security to someone to be able to say, look, we need you to get this mandatory insurance because you're forced to, because you didn't have, because you had an uninsured claim before, or that you're just starting out and you just want to, or you want to get insurance and you're buying the minimum. And I don't think that's enough. $25,000 in coverage for property damage. I don't think every single one of you probably has a vehicle worth more than $25,000. You might be a little irked if someone hits you and they have the bare minimum. Now, in Maine has a much higher limit, the same limit that I am proposing. Now, this goes under, as I said, no good deed goes unpunished. I didn't mean to cause a ruckus. I just think that after 32 years, we should probably have insurance limits up to where they should be.
Whoops. Did I lose you, Will? Hello, Will. Am I the only one who can't hear him?
I can't hear him, but I see him.
Well, you could. Well, I only see the square. I don't actually.
Yeah, I don't see his face. No.
I can hear his face.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
So how do I make sure he knows we can't hear him?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, there he is. Okay, there you are.
I don't know where I lost you, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
The bottom line is I just think there should be enough coverage when we're mandating people either have insurance or we're offering them saying this is the bare minimum. It should at least be able to cover what a normal car accident would entail. The cost to increase this is about $15 to $20 a year in the estimates that my office has done for me. So we're not talking huge amounts. But I don't want to cause a big ruckus. The insurance agents feel that it should be higher. If someone comes to my office, Mr. Chairman, and says, this is what I want for coverage, I want the bare minimum, I have no choice but to sell it to them. By law, I cannot say no. Now, I do have them sign a waiver saying, I don't think this is appropriate. We want you to buy at least 100,000 per occurrence, 300,000 aggregate, because we feel that's appropriate because we don't want to get sued and we don't think that's sufficient. But again, if people have a problem with this, I'm not going to rest my laurels on it. The Insurance Agents Association wanted to make their point that we think it's too low, and we get complaints a lot of times about people saying someone didn't have enough coverage. Why doesn't the legislature do something about it? Well, we're going to try to do something about it. And we think that Alaska and Maine on both ends of the country have decided that I'm right and they've increased theirs. Many of the other states do not have limits that I have proposed, but then again, they all have mandatory insurance. We're one of the few that don't. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, yeah, before I go, I just want to make sure I correct something and understand. If you were to get into an accident with someone who the other person's at fault and they are at the current level, you know, what you would consider underinsured. So even if the claim you're making is going to be greater than what they are covering, then your policy kicks in for the difference, and it would be still treated as a uninsured, because they're underinsured, but it's considered uninsured, and so you don't your policy can't be impacted, and if that has to kick in that over and above if the other person's policy is not adequate. Is that correct?
Yes and no. From a liability standpoint, yes. But if you don't have uninsured motorists for property damage or uninsured, then your vehicle may not be covered. Yes, on a liability standpoint, because you have to buy, when you buy uninsured and underinsured motorists, there's two aspects to that. One is a liability and one is a physical damage. Not everyone buys the physical damage. They just have the liability portion. But you're right.
Yeah, okay. Because it's a liability issue here, but it is true that my old Saabs, there's someone dating back to 95 and in my 2000, I don't buy collision because the car's not worth anything.
Right.
So, okay, we do have questions. Representative Patusek is first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Infantine, I have one question for you. If you know, what is the typical level of insurance of the average driver in the state of New Hampshire? You're going after 50, 150. If you know what the average is, could you share that with us?
We asked the insurance department when we met with them in November and expressed our desire to do this, and they were going to try to get us a number, but they were not able to figure it out by the information they have. So I would not be able to even venture a guess, Representative.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know that this is a bill that I'm going to strongly support. We have got to get our limits up for mandatory limits. You are right. Oh, well, anyway, that's all I'm going to say.
Would you believe? Okay. Representative McClear is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question. Actually, my first real job was as an insurance adjuster in Maine, and I was absolutely shocked when I got to Maine and found out you didn't have to have auto insurance. But I can't remember how it was settled. So, for example, I get hit by somebody who doesn't have insurance or doesn't have the limits. My uninsured motorist coverage kicks in. In New Hampshire, does the insurance company subrogate against that individual or do they just wash their hands and walk away?
I think they make every attempt to subrogate to be reimbursed for what they had to pay out. More often than not, sometimes these people really don't have any other aspect.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Abel.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Representative Infantine. My question may have been answered, but I still want to ask you, make sure I understand. When we heard a bill, I believe last session, that was to change from allowing people not to have automobile insurance to requiring everyone. And that did not go forward, of course. But we heard a lot of testimony from people who had been in situations where they didn't have enough insurance themselves and somebody else hit them. And so they couldn't make up the difference of the damage and so forth. That's my question. My question is, will the increase that you advocate, in your opinion, obviate the problem of, perhaps you could just, I know you spoke about it, could you just say a little bit more about how you came to those limits?
Yes, we kind of emulated what the ones were, the higher ones, which were, again, we are emulating Maine and Alaska. Many of the other states are very close to where we are. We're about in the middle currently. Yes, there's a lot of frustration when someone has minimum coverage and it doesn't, you hit one car, which hits another one, you're responsible for both cars, and that $25,000 isn't going to be enough. So yes, it does cause the issue.
Thank you.
You just blurted out again, Will. We'll see if you're there in a second. Okay, Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Infantine. Mr. Chairman, I have 3 questions. May I be recognized for 3 quick questions rather than to ask you ad seriatim? Thank you. Representative Infantine, can you tell us how many years the current minimums have been in place here in New Hampshire?
Representative, other than the 32 years I've had my insurance license, I don't know how long after that we've utilized these same limits.
Would you be able to get that to us, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Number 2, I'm wondering, you have made reference to the other 49 states and New Hampshire being somewhere in the middle. Can you be more specific than that? And also, part 2B, what's the rationale for emulating Maine and Alaska rather than any other states, and why emulate?
I will send you a list of the entire country, all the minimum limits for everyone. I have it on a nice little chart here so everyone can see where we are. Most of them are 25, 50, 25 where we are. Why Maine and Alaska? We didn't want to be more than anyone else. So that was one of the rationale, and it was just simply to double what we had, which just happened to be Alaska and Maine.
And number 3, would you restate once again, please, the I think you said rather minimal amount, and you may have even quantified this in terms of an estimate, a minimal amount in premium increase to double the limits?
Yes, these were quotes for me. So I'm a 57-year-old male, so it's not going to be, it'll be higher for others.
Understood.
It would have been $15. For my wife and I combined on a policy, it would have been $24 increase. If I had 2 drivers and 2 vehicles, it would have been a $35 increase.
Annually?
Correct.
Because a lot of the policies now are written for 6 months. So a rather minimal increase in the amount of premiums to receive a substantial increase in coverage, correct?
Yes, but I will offer one thing to you, because I like being honest about both sides of the coin here. Every time you raise limits and you raise prices, you will have people that will not be able to afford it. So with it, there is a law of diminishing returns. So I was trying to be very careful that you don't raise it so much that we get those people that are at least getting coverage voluntarily, not mandatory, that we don't want too many people to say, oh, I'm sorry, this is too expensive, I'm not going to do it. So we're sensitive to that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My other remarks would be better shared in, I believe, an executive session. So thank you very much.
So well, let me just follow up on that. When you were saying these numbers, incremental $15, $20, that's for everybody in the room here, because I would venture that nobody in this room has an SR22.
Correct.
But if you have an SR22, it's not going to be just $15 or $20 more.
No, for the DWI, yes, that is. I wasn't trying to.
Be
that's
hundreds
why I mentioned it was for
hundreds of dollars more. I mean, I remember, and this was a very long time ago, and when I was in Vermont, and my insurance quadrupled when the state of Vermont decided that I had one too many speeding tickets. So
well, your insurance is going to quadruple anyway if you get a DWI. That's just basic.
Oh, these wasn't DWIs. These were purely speeding tickets on Route 91 because I was too far away from everything else. So again, I guess we need to know how much it really costs, because the issue is not so much for the average Joe to get these higher limits, because they're available to them now. They don't need a law to tell them that it really is a good idea to get these new 50, 100. All right. It's really a good 50, it's a good idea. Everybody should have that. Okay. And if it's only $20, the premium increase is less, that's fine. That's good. We're doing a good job in New Hampshire. The issue is really the people who don't want to buy it, and the SR22 people. And that now this is a double penalty for not only getting that SR22, but you're going to quadruple their premium.
I respect what you're asking, and by Friday, I will have a cross-section of different quotes from a single individual to someone with a DWI to a teenager, and be honest with exactly what the cost increases are, and I will share it with you folks, and if it's not to be, it's not. If it's too much, you feel it is, it's not to be, that'll be fine, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Thank you. Representative McAleer, is your hand still up from before, or do you have another question? Okay. Representative Johnson has a question.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So I think Will answered it, but my concern is just to be honest, I've got 2 teenage daughters. One's driving right now. One's coming up to be driving. God help me. And my daughter does have her insurance on her vehicle, but this increase for a 16, 17-year-old, they're trying to do the right thing. And if you keep increasing this, they may not be able to afford it. So then they're not going to have it. If you keep increasing these limits, would this not then deter these young people who are trying to do the right thing by having a coverage, make it so that they can't even afford it anymore?
That is a concern. We don't keep increasing it. I'll just comment that, as I said before, we haven't done it in 30 years, but I respect what you're saying, and I wouldn't want your daughters to then choose not to have coverage. So that's why I'll present. I should have done it. I apologize for not doing more. I will present to the committee by Friday a variation of different things and of what the price increases could or could not be, will be under different scenarios, and then everyone can look at them and be better informed to make a decision. Because I don't want that to happen either. The last thing I want to do is to have fewer people voluntarily choose to get insurance, auto insurance in New Hampshire.
We wouldn't have to put more pressure on have to have mandatory because people dropped it. Okay, Representative Greason, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Infantine. When you include these samples, the one aspect of insurance and insurance premiums that has not been discussed so far has been the deductible. And so when you run your scenarios, would you please include anything from a $500 deductible to a $2,000 deductible or something along those lines, just to show that your deductible can also change the amount of your premium. So while you may double the coverage, but maybe you go from $500 to $1,000 deductible and you're now back down to where you were. I know, what's the difference? Maybe you can't come up with $1,000. I don't know, but it's just way of, if it's the monthly amount that's scaring people away, then there are ways of bringing that back down. So it's just ask if you would mind including that in your scenarios.
Not at all. It's very simple for us to do with a bunch of computer programs we have in place. So that's why I'm confident I can get all this to you by Friday. And I will include different deductibles.
Okay, we're now recycling through for people who've already spoke. So Representative Terry, you're first.
Yeah, quick question, Mr. Chairman, for you. As a lifelong pastor and theologian, I would always be somewhat embarrassed when somebody would raise his or her hand and ask, Pastor, what did you mean by the term supralapsarian? Because I had failed to define it. I do not wish to put you on the spot. I'm glad you're chuckling, but for those of us who are new to insurance inside baseball, what is SR 22?
Okay, so the SR 22 is if you had too many speeding tickets, DWI, you're basically are forced to have to buy insurance. It's a requirement. You have to buy insurance, and it's issued by the Department of Safety.
Thank you.
Representative Bartlett, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, the SR 22 is also if you have a DWI or you're at fault accident with no insurance. I think we need to address Representative Greason's request regarding deductibles. That only has to do with collision coverage. It does not apply to liability.
Correct.
So that doesn't affect what we're talking about here or the bill.
No worries.
Good point. Okay, Representative McAleer. Oh, your hand just keeps popping up. How does that happen? All right, I'll lower it for you. Okay. And I assume, Representative Terry, you just haven't lowered your hand yet. So I guess we're all set. Thank you very much, Will. And we'll now invite the insurance department. Christina Sotelo will be speaking for the insurance department, which is taking a neutral position.
Hello, Chairman. Thank you. My name is Christian Citarella. I am the Chief Property and Casualty Actuary for the New Hampshire Insurance Department. Important to note that as you mentioned, the department is not taking a position on this bill, but I thought I would avail myself in case there are questions that that the committee might have regarding effects of raising the minimum limits. I just want to mention that, the reason we don't take a position on the bill is because from the perspective of the insurance department, this isn't going to affect our day-to-day operations. We'll be able to enforce this new law just as easy as we were able to enforce the old law. So,
okay.
Questions, I'm here.
All right. Does anybody have any questions for the insurance department? Seeing none. Okay. So I'm now going to invite people who are attendees, and we'll start with Jim Hayden. And I'm also promoting Brittany Shoot. Okay, Jim, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Jim Hayden, representing State Farm Insurance Company and speaking in opposition to this bill. I think that this is the first time I've spoken out against it, so I'm not sure that I've created any ruckus that's going on. But I do want to share the perspective of State Farm on this bill and these types of bills, because I think it's important for you to consider. Frankly, I think Representative Infantine did a fantastic job of, introducing the issues that are associated with this bill. But in considering the context, our bill, any bill that raises mandatory minimums, either in New Hampshire or anywhere else, State Farm inevitably concludes that it will do nothing more than raise the number of uninsured drivers and uninsured accidents. Even though New Hampshire doesn't have mandatory automobile insurance in general, there are the people who are required to have them have insurance because of their driving history or their accident history. And those folks would be, in effect, uninsured and would have issues relating to, whether living in New Hampshire requires them to drive without insurance, without a license in New Hampshire, even though it's against the law. So for that reason, for those reasons, we would oppose it. Also, in general, the question about minimums and levels of insurance and coverages is really a conversation that needs to happen between the agent and his or her customer. In other words, that's their job to, in effect, lay out the information for the customer. And I respect Representative Infantine. It does not advise folks to have lower limits than as presented on this bill. However, that's a fair point for him to make to his customers, and when they make the decision about what type of insurance to buy and what types of limits they need. So with that comment, we oppose the bill, and I will take questions if asked.
Okay, we do have a question. Representative Terry.
So, sir, thank you for your testimony. Do I understand you to say that it actually becomes counterproductive to raise mandatory minimums because of the number of insureds who will actually then drop their insurance?
Yes. So the decision point is when you buy the insurance. I would rather say it's when you buy the insurance initially. So I suppose it's both when they when they renew, or when they buy it for the first time. But inevitably, at that point, more more people choose to go uninsured.
So in an effort to attempt to provide additional coverage, minimum coverage for the insured, which then may very well have a positive effect on a person who is involved in an accident with someone who is insured at the minimum level. But if that minimum were to be greater, and if the person was found to be at fault, who has the mandatory minimum amount, it would actually be better that the person had the lower mandatory minimum and have the insurance, rather than not renew and have no insurance, where then the burden would fall even would have a greater impact on the not at fault driver's insurance having to go to uninsured motorist and uninsured property damage, correct?
Representative, respectfully, I'm not too sure I followed that entire question, but I will say that State Farm in general supports the premise that the more insured drivers and more insured accidents we have in New Hampshire, it's better for New Hampshire in general, New Hampshire drivers in general.
Okay. Representative McCleary, you have a question for Mr. Hayden?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Hayden, so you don't want to raise the limits. Would you think differently if there was mandatory insurance in the state? In other words, if everybody had to have it, would you be in agreement or not in agreement to raise the limits?
State Farm would oppose raising the mandatory limits if insurance was compulsory in New Hampshire.
Okay, Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Did you say you have an estimate of how much it would increase premiums for 50,000 versus 25,000 under this bill?
I do not have that estimate, and there's many factors that go into that, but I don't have an estimate currently.
Follow up. Is there something else we could do with this bill, for example, on deductibles, as someone else mentioned earlier? Is there something else that could be done that would kind of balance this out, that would allow us to have people with 50,000 in coverage, but at the same price as a $25,000 policy?
To the extent those opportunities exist, they would be better known to the agent than me. They're the ones who know how various coverages and limits and drivers and all the factors that go into the price of an insurance. And to the extent any consumer wanted to explore those options, I think it'd be better left for the agent to discuss them rather than trying to work it out through this bill.
Fair enough.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair will call on Brittany Shoot. How do you pronounce your last name?
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Brittany Shue. I am the Bureau Administrator of Financial Responsibility at the Division of Motor Vehicles. We do not take a position, but I did hear some conversation related to the SR22 policies. And with that, I wanted to highlight that lines 16 and 17 of this bill do not reference RSA 26420. And in that RSA of 26420, it does speak to the minimum requirements of the 25, 50, 25. So if there is an expectation that the SR22 policy would follow suit with the minimum insurance requirements, I just wanted to bring your attention to that. So thank you for your time. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
So let me get this right. So if we were to pass this, would the SR, if someone had an SR22, they'd still have to get this or they wouldn't have to get it? My assumption is they would have to get these new limits.
Thank you for your question. I So what I think the clarification that I would be looking for, that if the insurance premiums were changing for the liability, that the SR 22 minimum levels would follow suit as well.
That they would. Yes. Okay. That's what we're assuming. Yeah. Okay. Great. Any other questions for Brittany? Seeing none. Thank you very much. I'll look to the attendees. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? George, you don't want to tell us what happened when we tried to raise MedPay from 1,000 to 5,000? Okay, George, you're on now.
Unmute, start video.
You got it, man.
Thank you. That's enough for today. So I wasn't going to testify, but I appreciate your allowing me the opportunity. I have been talking to Representative Infantine about the bill, and reluctantly, I have to say that I think our clients would oppose the bill, and let me make a couple of points. My clients are the Domestic Insurance Companies, New Hampshire Association of Domestic Insurers, and a large trade association called the American Property and Casualty Insurance Association. I certainly understand Will's point that in well over 30 years, the limits have remained the same at 2550. And I think you will find it interesting when Will sends you the list of states. And one point that I just noticed that I hadn't noticed before is that under the bill, the limit for property damage liability would go from 25,000 to 50,000. I'd just like to mention that that would be the highest in the country. In fact, the highest presently in the country is where we are right now, which is at 25,000. That's for the property damage liability. So question, do you really want to go to that level? Again, I think it would be helpful for you to look at the limits that other states do have. We're kind of right in the middle, as Representative Infantine said. We all agree that people, if they can afford it, should have limits higher than $25,000 per person injured and $50,000 for the total liability coverage for an accident. But there are many people who can't afford it. And the point has been raised, and I certainly agree with it, that you would basically disenfranchise a lot of people from having insurance if you mandated these limits. And I leave it to you to decide what the best policy is. Certainly, anyone who wants higher limits can buy them. But they're not forced to have them. So thank you.
So George, the question I would have is if we were to raise the rates, the law of averages in terms of the fact that now you're forcing everyone to have these higher minimums, that would that the increased cost for those minimums versus, or let's say, the people who are already now buying higher insurance net rate now. So if the numbers we hear as well, it's only $15 or $20 more to double your minimums. Would that number still hold true, or would these numbers actually go down if more people are now have the higher limits because the law of averages would average it out, or do we have any idea what would happen to these?
That's a perfect question, Mr. Chairman, for Christian Citarella, who you let get off without even asking him a question. He's the actuary, and that is an excellent question. I could hazard a guess, but it would be a guess. And I also think Will volunteered to get you some figures about what is the cost of doubling the minimum limits. And I don't want to give Christian more work, but I would think you might want to ask the
can.
department.
I can. So Christian, you're still online. Did you hear what my question was?
Do you mind restating it?
Yeah, so we're, in terms of the idea of one of the argues of if you had things that are mandatory, then things should go down because everybody is now, people were buying it who weren't buying it. Vice versa, the same question is right now, the discussion is that if you were to buy a higher minimums right now, it's only going to be like $15 or $20 more for that 57-year-old male. Okay, so the question I would have is if we mandate this, that the minimums are now that higher limit, would that number stay at $15 or $20? Would it go down? Would it go up? What would happen to for all of those who buy higher limits now? What would be the impact of this legislation?
Probably wouldn't go down. But I would, first of all, there are a lot of assumptions there, and it's always hard to come up with a point estimate. However, when I did my own analysis with the limited information that we have at the department and looking across, not separating out by age group, just looking across all premium sold, considering the fact that some less than 20%, somewhere between 10 and 20% of policies are at minimum limits. And so these changes wouldn't affect everyone, obviously, at least in the immediate time frame. I don't think it's, with all due respect to Representative Infantine, I think that estimate is low for the average person who has minimum limits. I think it would be more in the $50 to $100 range increase per annual policy. However, over time, there is something to be said about, premium leveling out. Now, the question is whether, having the higher limits causing folks to go without insurance, to, opting out, how does that affect, rates for everyone? In the work that I've done, almost annually, we have a bill to make insurance mandatory. And so I do look at these numbers, quite frequently. First of all, we don't have a lot of folks that don't have coverage. Generally speaking, we have, it is well covered. And so I don't think that the amount that folks would save by having lower uninsured, underinsured motorist coverage would be that noticeable over time. Long answer to say that it's likely going to be hit. It's going, the effect will be on the folks that currently are at minimum limits. Whether that number is $30 a year or $100 a year, probably somewhere in between, depending on the individual. And I don't see that changing much over time.
You say that's about 10 to 15%.
So that's my estimate of the population. George might know better, but the population that is currently opting for minimum limits.
Okay. Do you know that number, George? Is that 10, 15% sound right?
It sounds right. Yes, but that's just
the other thing I'll mention is that I did do a survey of just a handful of the bigger insurers, carriers in the state, and generally speaking, it's pretty consistent that that if you do go from a 2550 to a 50/100, liability, that the rate is the adjustment in rates is going to be an additional 27 to 30% on just the portion of premium associated with liability. And so generally speaking, the amount of premium you pay for liability, and that's bodily injury or property damage, although the property damage increase in limits is it's a smaller increase, but we'll leave that aside for now. The amount of premium that is associated with those pieces of coverage make up approximately 25 to 30% of your premium. So when you take those numbers together, it comes to, depending on the company, somewhere around 5 to 10% increase in overall premium is what I've done in my overview.
Okay.
If you have $1,000 policy, that's how I came to the $50 to $100.
Okay, great. Representative Burrows, do you have a question for Attorney Russo's or Mr. Citrella? You all set? Okay. Thank you guys very much. And I see no more hands up on either side, panelists or attendees. So we will close, I guess, but before we leave. So this bill had 6 support, 7 opposed, 1 neutral. And I would also say this is a good time for all the members of the committee to pull out your auto policy and look at your numbers. You'll be very surprised what you have. Okay, well, thank you all very much. And we're ready to move into our final hearing. And okay, Will, you're on.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to click my video on, but I don't know what's working. Before I was Representative Will Infantine, Hillsborough 13. Hopefully I have not worn my welcome out here today. I apologize for some of these complex issues that I brought up, and I appreciate your diligence. This one's going to be much more simple. It sounds pretty bad when you look at it. House Bill 518, relative to rebates under the governing unfair insurance practices. In the state of New Hampshire, we have extremely tight laws regarding rebating. We don't want shenanigans and games going on where people are rebating, giving kickbacks on their insurance commissions, or giving out a car or a motorcycle or things like that to entice a group of people to buy insurance from them. So we have very strict rules. And those rules are very strict for us as individuals. I cannot pay anyone a commission unless they have an insurance license. So what happens is we like to give our commissions back to our employees. People, 10, 15 people work for me. They pay $1,000, $2,000 a year for insurance. I don't really need to make 15% commission off my employees. As a employee perk, I like to give them their commissions back. Many of our agents do that. But if I have 15 people in my office, maybe only 12 or 13 of them are licensed insurance agents. One of them might be in human resources, one might be in accounting, one might be a clerical, and they don't have an insurance license. So legally, I am not allowed to give some of those commissions back to those employees. So I can only give like 3/4 of my employees the perk of giving back some of their commissions. Some agents give 25%, some give 50%. I give 100% of the commissions back. And it's illegal to do that to anyone who does not have an insurance license. So this did pass your committee last year, to the best of my knowledge, and it got died because of COVID. All we want to do is make ourselves legal, Mr. Chairman, because I know some of our people, some of our agents in New Hampshire are not in compliance with the law by giving their commissions back to people in their employ that do not have an insurance license. So this is crafted very specifically. It does not say you must. It just says it's not illegal to do it. So if some insurance agent says, oh, I don't want to do that. I know there's some concern that some people that sell other types of life insurance and annuity products don't want this to happen to them. Well, that's fine. They're not forced to, nor does anyone want to make them. This is just any insurance agent who would like to give back some commissions to their employees. Their employees are not licensed, like my accounting people are not, and my human resource people are not insurance licensed. I can give them their commissions back without being afoul of the law. No harm, no foul. That's all I'm trying to do for our industry. So we're legal again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Or you're not doing it now yet.
Well,
Okay.
of course not, Mr. Chairman. Of course I wouldn't.
We had that yesterday where. Okay, we do have a question. Representative Bartlett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to reiterate, this is just a little benefit for your employees. Is that correct, Representative Infantine?
Yes, it is.
And one more question.
Further question may inquire.
Thank you. And to repeat what you said, we did pass this last year and it died on the table due to the pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions to Representative Infantine? Seeing none, we thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Kristen, I demoted you and then re-promoted you. So I didn't realize that you were also speaking on this, you were going to testify here. So welcome again.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I was just, again, this is not my area of expertise, but I was for the other hearing, the commissioner asked me to just stay again if you had any questions. I'll just say, we formally do not take a position, but the department has no problem with this new language. It would be very easy to enforce or stop in the other enforcement of the prohibition. It's very well defined. It's clear. We know who is an employee, who is not, and the number of people that we're talking about. Our impression is that it's a very small number of people, as Representative Infantine mentioned, and it's not something the department has been worried about to this point. Maybe we should be. I don't know.
Don't say. Okay, has not been a problem. But
it has not been a problem. It has not been a priority at the department.
Right. So, okay, is there any other questions for Mrs. Hill? Seeing none, thank you very much again, Christian. And I guess if no hands are up in the attendees, and I think we're all set. So there were 3 support, no opposed, and the insurance department is, well, not just the insurance agents and domestic insurance companies, and they're all neutral on this bill. So with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 518. And I think we're all set until 1:15. See, we're right on schedule. Perfect. So, hey Keith, I have a question for you.
Yep, here.
Am I moving too quick between bills, or are you?
No, I was able to keep up. It's when we get to exec sessions and there's multiple motions. The forms they gave me, they're not well designed. Like, they're difficult to manipulate. They're all like Word documents that I have to keep track of. So yeah, but I was okay this morning.
All right, great. Just kind of dawned on me that I was moving to the next one.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right.
No, it's not beer. It's cream soda. If anybody was wondering. You know what's really tough for all you newbies is that so often we get meetings and lunch provided during committee days. We'll have lunch in the at the Upham Walker House. Sometimes they'll bring them into the cafeteria. The lobbyists like to talk to us, and one of the ways they get us to show up is to feed us. And a lot of times, you know, we have really short schedules, so it works out well. We don't have to go to a restaurant or go across the street. Barley House is a favorite of some of us, but when they feed us, we feel, you know, like we listen to them, we get lunch, and then we can get right back into committee on time. This year, that's not happening. So I'm eating a lot of peanut butter and jelly. Looking forward to wraps next year.
That's true. I miss that, Christy. I miss the camaraderie of all being around together.
Yeah, you know, and just getting written testimony really isn't the same as when you're talking face to face to, you know, somebody who's representing somebody that's on a bill. And, you know, for all the bad rap the lobbyists get, we need them. A lot of times they're really telling us, you know, how their constituencies are going to be affected, what this bill will do. And we learn a lot from the lobbyists. And they, you know which side their bread's buttered on, you know, so to speak, you know, where it's coming from, but it's really helpful often. But lunch is always good too.
On the other hand, in Concord, I couldn't have gone out cross-country skiing at lunch.
Well, there's that.
I know that my grocery bill has gone up with my kids being home more.
Yeah, for sure.
And now me being home more. Sorry, barking dogs again.
Well, you did get outside, Joyce. You are red, red, red.
Oh, I know. Well, that happens to be in about a second, so I get very refreshed.
It's cold out.
Yeah, but it was pretty nice in the sun.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous day.
It is a beautiful day.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly saves wear and tear on our vehicles. I bet I've gone 5,000 miles this last year as opposed to 50,000.
Yeah.
Hey, Bonnie, you have an echo.
I know. I don't know where that's coming from.
Sometimes when people have two devices, sorry.
No? Well, I've got a second computer, but I've always had a second one.
It just went away.
It went away. Yeah, I only put on like 5,000 miles, not 50, on my vehicle last year. Amazing. Theoretically, the vehicle will last 10 years longer.
Well, be sure to tell your insurance agent. Maybe with a carrier that gives you a different rate for low mileage.
Maybe, I don't know. My rates are fine with me. We've been in the car business forever and ever, so I only carry liability. If the car gets smashed up, we've got more. So
you're fortunate. Manchester's Territory 1. They're the most expensive in the state. And I'm not in Manchester, fortunately.
Okay, I guess it's 1:15 or 1:17. Well, time to go into exec session. So Keith, are you ready for your first motion?
Ready for the first motion.
Okay. All right. So the first bill is House Bill 62, relative to continue in-network access to certain healthcare providers. Representative Greenson, seconded by Representative Petusek, moves inexpedient to legislate. And Representative Greenson is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman.
Sorry, Chairman. One of these days, we'll get you there. Sorry about that.
No.
Let me open up the document. I had the wrong one open here, so here we go. So the House Bill 62 FN is relative to continued in-network access to certain healthcare providers. The purpose of this bill is to require access by a covered person to a provider in the insurance network directory at in-network rates for the duration of the contract for healthcare services. In listening to the testimony and determining that it would be inexpedient to legislate because there's already 60 days of continued coverage in law for patients and carriers to find alternatives. And this bill would be extremely difficult to implement considering that plans and provider contracts start at various times throughout the year, and they're not all synchronized to be any one time during the year. So given those two reasons, it's determined inexpedient to legislate. That's all I have, sir.
Okay. Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We feel a little differently because of the amendment that was provided by Representative Marsh. We'd like to retain this and work on the amendment to try to coordinate the dates that was brought up as an issue in testimony.
Yeah, I think the amendment ended up saying that the company had to, the insurance company had to honor that previous contract and then give attention to that for that one patient or whatever patient to that provider. And that doesn't seem very fair, does it?
Well, my feeling is that this bill could be worked on to meet the intent of the sponsor.
Okay. That's your feeling. Okay. Any more discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Okay. Just checking if I'm off mute. All right, House Bill 62, inexpedient to legislate. Representative Petusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham.
Aye.
Representative De Palma.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
No.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Herbert.
No.
Representative Van Houten.
No.
Representative Fargo.
No.
Representative Weston.
No.
Representative Bellew.
No.
Representative Burrows.
No.
Representative McAleer.
No.
And Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 10-9. The motion passes.
Okay. So unfortunately, retaining is not a available motion to you.
I understand, but we would have to, that would be the minority report would be OTP. Can we bring up the possibility of an amendment in the minority report? And you're frozen. He'll be back, I'm sure.
Who will be writing the minority report?
Joyce, do you have thoughts about that, or do you want me to? You're a co-sponsor. You're muted. You're muted.
I'll do the minority report.
You'll do it, okay.
Okay, thank you.
But we have to get, the chair will be back in a minute, I'm sure. He just got frozen. And I did want to ask whether we can bring up the possibility of an amendment that might have made the bill workable.
I take the silence to be a yes.
I'm sure he's running alongside there. He'll be here.
I don't understand why you can't put a recommendation in the minority report.
So then the minority report would be ought to pass as amended, you're saying, but if you
That's correct.
want to do that, then you need to, include the text of the amendment in the calendar.
Oh.
So you couldn't just have a prospective amendment. You'd need an.
No, it wasn't, it was only distributed to us. It's not in.
Oh, no, if you want to use the amendment you have in hand, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
It needs to be a formally drafted amendment. I was thinking you were saying you wanted to have, a concept of a future amendment without the text.
Okay. No, it is a formally drafted amendment.
Oh, that's fine. Then you can have a minority report of ought to pass as amended.
Okay.
I'm sure the chairman would agree with me now that
Welcome back, Mr. Chair.
Now the chair's back.
Yeah.
And he froze again.
You did.
No.
Must be LOB air.
Is this Pam? Could I question the counsel that was given, please? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
For the minority report, words, one little word can mean a lot. I think that what you would want to say is ought to pass if amended, but not as amended, because as amended assumes that it's been amended and it hasn't been amended. So I would suggest you say ought to pass if amended.
So Pam, as long as the amendment is published in the calendar?
Yes, that's certainly an appropriate motion to have for your minority amendment. And unfortunately, Representative Terry, the words we use are as amended. You're correct. It's not a past tense, but that's the motion.
It is misleading.
Your point is taken.
And that's not what it means.
Well, there's nothing perfect
So
about
Pam, that wouldn't be a floor.
My goodness.
It's a word of art.
Pam, that wouldn't be a floor amendment then. It would just be an assumption that the amendment is already appended to the actual bill, correct?
Right. It would be a minority committee amendment. That's how it would be listed in a minority amendment. It would be in the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody should take note of the new phrase as a result of the pandemic. The chair has frozen. And there he is.
There he is. He's back.
Yes,
We just passed a lot of bills.
He's speechless. He's speechless.
I am on
His video
I'm
is
on
frozen.
DSL right now, so I wish I could say I could turn myself off. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
man, what a nightmare. Okay, so am I okay? Yeah. See, I'm on DSL, which is incredibly slow internet. Right, that's what I am on right now.
Yeah, you are.
Oh man, what a
Just to-
nightmare! This is where I read and say we have to shut this thing down. I have to.
You could turn off your video.
Okay.
That would save you some time.
Turn off the video and
Yeah.
we can hear you fine, John.
Just turn it on when you vote.
I don't know. guess I can, I don't know, I can guess I can, can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I there?
Yes.
Oh, Christ almighty. What's happened? Yeah, your internet connection is unstable. Okay.
There's news.
Holy moly.
The video, you don't have enough bandwidth for the video.
Oh my God.
Mr. Chairman,
Exactly,
are you
but,
invoking?
if I turn my video off,
Mr. Chairman, are you invoking a request for prayer from Representative?
I might have to
and
invoke the
myself
rule.
here? Would you like some help here?
Yeah,
Divine intervention?
Yeah.
Divine
I am
guidance.
looking for a higher order. Yes. Okay. Okay, so, all right, so right now you guys can hear me, right?
We can.
Yes.
Everybody can hear me?
Yep.
No, you can't hear me. You can't hear me.
We can
Yes,
hear you.
we can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Well, he muted.
Maybe take a 5-minute break and do a reboot.
Yeah, he's got to reset it, reboot, and re-sign in.
The vice chair is now acting chair.
Yes, better behave. All of us.
I've got an email from Representative Marsh, and he's just confirming that OTPA is an allowed motion in a minority report. And he's attached his amendment to the email, which I did print out.
I'm sorry, Christine, can you repeat that? I kind of have heard it.
Okay, there's an email from Representative Marsh. He's on, so he can hear what's going on. And he said OTPA is an allowed motion in a minority report. So Representative Weston is going to do the minority report referring to the amendments that Representative Marsh submitted to us, and it will be published in the calendar.
Okay. And I'm just want to make sure I understand it all. That's why I'm asking.
Well, repetition's an important teacher for most of us.
Yeah, hearing it more than once has helped.
Exactly.
Especially
And Representative Marsh's position is what?
Representative Marsh is the sponsor of this bill.
Is he a parliamentarian?
What?
Is he a parliamentarian? He just spoke authoritatively about what could be done, and I'm just wondering on what basis he's doing that.
Experience.
Ah, experience.
He has been in the House a number of terms.
Thank you.
Christy, Representative Bartlett,
Yes.
you made a motion to retain.
No.
I know, well, you
I
did
can't-
mention retaining the bill.
Right. I can't make the motion to retain because there was the motion on the floor was ITL.
Right, so we, in the minority report, you did talk about retaining the bill. I didn't hear ought to pass. But is it automatically ought to pass the other side?
Ought to pass with amendment because we have an amendment that went through OLS and was distributed to all of us that will be published in the calendar. And the minority report will refer to an amendment. I know. It's complicated. Doesn't necessarily make any, it's not going to make any difference. The prevailing recommendation from the committee in the calendar will be ITL.
Okay.
Chair is unfrozen.
I have had to reboot everything. It was, and that's not me. Okay, so I had to reboot everything. So, and so I'll do say, unfortunately, right now I'm down in, closer to my internet, in which I do have 2 dogs here. We'll see what happens. Okay. All right. So we're about to call the roll call for House Bill 62. And how far along do we get?
We did the roll call, Mr. Chair, and we were just talking about what the minority report can show. Representative Weston is going to do the minority report.
Okay.
And the amendment that was distributed to all of us will be published in the calendar.
Okay.
And the minority report will refer to the amendment.
Perfect. All right.
Okay.
You guys did plenty without me. Okay. All right. Next bill up, House Bill 191, relative to prior authorizations and patient transfer under managed care health insurance policies. Representative Patusek, seconded by Representative Greason, moves to retain. And Representative Patusek is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I move to retain. The bill adds requirements for prior authorizations under managed care health benefit plans and the administration of patient transfers to another health facility. This bill had more people for and against, and a lot of folks said that it needs further study. It really could be burdensome if it's not done correctly. So that is one of the main reasons why I move to retain it, because there is more work to be done on this bill. And I've had folks contact me saying the same thing, the same folks that testified, and they would be willing to work on it with us. So that is why I move to retain.
Okay, any discussion on the motion to retain? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Hammond, yes. Representative Abramson,
Aye.
Representative Ham,
Yes.
Representative De Palma,
Yes.
Representative Greason,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
and Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
That was a yes.
Yes.
Representative Abel,
Yes.
Representative Herbert, Representative Herbert,
Chris, unmute.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten,
Yes.
Representative Fargo,
Yes.
Representative Weston,
Yes.
Representative Bellew,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
All right, unanimous, 19-0.
Wow.
Okay.
The first unanimous vote.
Mr. Chairman, can I just interject very quickly? While you were gone, there was a discussion about the phrasing of the motion, and I want to correct what I said. Representative Terry mentioned that it should not be ought to pass as amended, and he was correct. And it really is ought to pass with amendment, and the timing is left up in the air, undesignated. So that is the.
With amendment. So if that motion prevailed, then the amendment would then get taken up. Right. Yeah. If the motion to inexpedient fails, then you would then offer up the with amendment. We offer up the amendment.
Right.
All right. Great. Glad you cleared that up. See.
Will this be on consent?
Yes. All those in favor of placing 165. Excuse me.
No,
on
it says
191 on the consent.
No consent.
What's that?
There's a retained.
Retains
motion.
no. That's right. There is no.
We don't have a calendar.
You don't even have to print a report. It will just a calendar.
stays in committee.
All the retained bills. Yeah, exactly. It stays in committee. Okay, next up is House Bill 165, relative to non-compete agreements for certain mental health professionals. Representative Greason, seconded by Representative Petusic, moves inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. Oh, Representative Bartlett.
Oh, I guess I'm a little surprised at the motion.
The non-compete.
This was something that went through the Labor Committee last term, was passed unanimously. It was only because it was attached to the omnibus bills, and this is really restraint of trade matter. So I'm surprised that your side is looking to kill this, because it's not usually a position that your side would take.
Well, if you were to look at the legislative history of the two other non-compete bills, the first one was physicians, and the vote was 17-1. And I think I know who that one person was. Second time it came through Commerce, the vote was a split vote and was down party line. So this time we have it one more time. And at this time, the committee was, the Republicans evidently, we feel that we got to draw the line and stop it. And frankly, if I had my way, I would keep the bill and repeal the other two, because I think that anybody who signs a non-compete clause is getting some remuneration or benefit for that being put in the contract. Either that or they just didn't read the contract at all. So the fact that we're going to get in the middle of a contractual arrangement and which we don't know the compensation, we don't know whether there was a free parking space involved in there. We don't know what was the benefit for why it was put in the contract. And so therefore, that's why we feel that this bill is inappropriate.
Okay, well, I will have to oppose it. And I see it as restraint of trade. And I, come from an insurance background, and certainly there's non-competes in insurance, but we had some very compelling testimony, I think, that.
So have you ever put in a bill to vanquish those non-competes? So
I'm not painting this with a broad brush, but I am saying that we would oppose your motion.
I fully appreciate that. Representative Abramson.
So I actually did think also that there was some salvageable value to the bill, but it would have really opened up. It's almost like the work we would have for a study committee or a task force, that there's so many issues there. So I decided that what some members said they wanted to do with the bill, with this bill, it would be better off just introducing a new bill next year. So I'm voting to just ITL this, and then hopefully someone will come up with something more elegant next year.
Somebody has music in the background. Okay, any more discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Just to confirm, that was Greason, seconded by Petusic.
Yes.
All right. House Bill 165, inexpedient to legislate. Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham.
Yes.
Representative De Palma.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
No.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Herbert.
No.
Representative Van Houten.
No.
Representative Fargo.
No.
Representative Weston.
No.
Representative Bellew.
No.
Representative Burrows.
No.
Representative McAleer.
No.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 10-9. The motion passes.
Okay, so I assume there'll be a minority report.
There will be one. Does anybody else want to do it, or you want me to do it?
I would help you if you'd like. I could do it.
Okay, I'm going to put you down, Representative Burrows.
And I assume your motion will be ought to pass.
It will be.
All right, next up, House Bill 472 relative to retroactive denials of previous paid claims. Representative Terry, second by Representative Petusic, moves to retain. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Well, clawback.
Yeah, I made the motion. I'll say something, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you are recognized to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was a very interesting bill, and we heard very interesting testimony on both sides of the question. It kind of got the feel of a David versus Goliath situation, where, of course, the Goliath would be the insurance companies, which for many of us would mean that we don't have a great deal of sympathy preliminarily. However, I think the most compelling reason to retain here is because the time frame of the clawback was only most recently reduced from 18 months to 1 year. And as I understand it, last year was the first full year of the 1 year maximum. So I think we need to give this a little bit more time and see how things develop. And so I recommend that we retain.
Okay, Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the rest of the committee. I think retain is probably the best option right now. There is a great deal going on with this bill. We do have bipartisan support. We have support across the bodies of the legislature. So there's an obvious interest, I think, in getting this right and making it work. So I think the retain is probably the best thing. I know that we have many constituents and many followers of the bill who are very willing to support the retain and to help us to craft the best bill possible. I pledge my support there as well. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I just would have to say that I'm not happy about this motion, but I'm agreeable to it because I certainly think that there needs to be a lot more explanation. I find that half the phone calls, and I take all my calls, half the people who called actually admitted A, that it never happened to them, and B, it didn't actually cover them and who their clients were. Okay, 18 months is a standard number across the board for all carriers when it comes to all other physicians and all other practices. Okay, and it is standard. And it turns out that the biggest problem was Medicare Advantage, which of course we don't cover. Our legislation doesn't affect that. Our legislation doesn't affect ERISA plans and self-insured plans. So, and all of those are still at the 18 months. And so that's what happens is that a lot of people are very confused. All these providers are confused when they see this legislation, they want to hop on it, but don't realize that they're really actually going to only make themselves even more miserable, because when they find out that, yes, that they did it for, it didn't actually benefit them. Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you just review with us the time frame of when our reports would need to be out for retained bills? So, because we know we're going to have a number of retained bills. Can you give us just a refresher on where our commitments would be when the committee would meet?
Yeah. So my plan is between retained bills, much like we do with interim study bills in the second year, which is that we would take them up in the fall. So starting in September and October, we have 2 months to work on all the retained bills, and that by the end of October, I believe is the date where we have to have all retained bills out of committee, and they would hit the House floor the first week of January.
Perfect. Thank you.
I missed that first week of January. keep reminding Ed that when he would, but yeah, that first week of January is all the hard ones that got retained come back. Representative.
Thanks very
Van-
much.
Yep. Representative Van Houten.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for your comments and for your insights. And I assure you that that there are issues that go beyond that there are practitioners who have lost money a year and a half, 2 years later, who have, and the word clawback, I think, is so negatively connotative. So it is my intent and my hope to craft a bill and to actually to help with the retained bill to take care of those issues and to make sure that nobody is harmed on this, not the insurance companies, not the practitioners, and certainly not our constituents. As we find that mental health practitioners are starting to not take insurance because of these kinds of issues. We have a pandemic that has caused many mental health issues for people, and there are many facets to this. So I'm happy for your thoughts. I'm happy for your willingness to give this a chance. And I hope that you'll stay open-minded so that I can convince you that my way is the right way. Thank you.
Okay, so anybody else would like to speak on the motion of retaining? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Okay, and just to review, it was Representative Terry, seconded by Patusek.
Correct.
Okay, House Bill 472, motion is retained. Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham.
Yes.
Representative De Palma.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Representative Hunt.
Yes.
All right, 19-0.
Okay, it's a retained bill, so we will hold on to that and work on it this fall. All right, next up is House Bill 519 relative to technical changes in the laws administered by the Insurance Department. Representative Hunt, second by Representative Bartlett, moves ought to pass. Is there any discussion on the motion? Yeah, it's great. It's good. All right, any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
I'm sorry, just catching up here.
I understand.
That was ought to pass. Hunt, seconded by
Bartlett.
Bartlett. Let me just type that in before I forget. All right, and the motion's ought to pass. All right, House Bill 519, ought to pass. Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham.
Yes.
Representative De Palma.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Okay, 19-0.
Okay, the motion passes. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
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 Does everybody understand what the consent calendar is, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
They all went through orientation.
Well, again, repetition's usually a good teacher.
Yeah, consent calendar is a calendar that it gets voted on at first and when we first start our session. Anybody can pull a bill from the consent calendar, but they'll need to do it prior to the session or at that moment. And at that point, the bill, everything in that consent calendar will get sent their merry way without debate. How's that for an explanation?
Perfect.
Okay. Oh man, this is why I didn't want to be here. Okay, so you guys, can you go outside, please? Sorry, my internet crashed on me. All right. Okay. Next is pandas, right? Okay. House Bill 201, relative review by the Insurance Department for coverage of pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders. Representative Hunt, second Representative Petusek moves to retain. And I will speak to my motion. I realize, Christy, we have that amendment that you have there. But at this point, what I would want to do is I want to have the insurance department come in the fall and tell us what's going on. And at that point in time, we can then do what is appropriate in terms of whether extending the dates and reporting dates.
That sounds fine. Yep.
You know, that way it's cleaner to get that and then
Yep.
Rather than passing an amendment. And
Yep, we're fine with that.
Force everybody to the table come September. So,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Any discussion on the motion to retain? Seeing none, the clerk, yes, Representative Petusek.
Basically, in my estimation, there's too much information we don't know about this.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Okay, House Bill 1, retain.
I'm gonna dare to move.
Representative Petusek.
Yes.
I know.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham.
Yes.
Representative De Palma.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer
Yes.
and Representative Hunt.
Yes.
19-0.
Okay. Let's retain bills so we don't have any consent calendars. So we're moving on. Last but not least, House Bill 343 relative to billing for ambulance services. Representative Weston, second by Representative Hand, moves to retain. House Bill 343. You okay with that choice?
I didn't ask to retain it, no.
Okay. Representative Hand, seconded by Representative Petusek, moves to retain House Bill 343. And Representative Hand's recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you very much. I believe this bill should be retained. I think in general, the goal of balanced billing is a good goal, but there are small rural ambulance services across our state and in the North Country that may not have the same ability to negotiate, to advocate for their what they feel is a commercially reasonable rate. And so we heard some testimony from the service within my hometown that the goals are great, but there's some things in there that they would like a little more time to have some input, to work with us, and perhaps it would be a better bill as a result. And so I'm I'm asking that it be retained so we can work on it some more and hear from more rural providers that seem to be affected more than in the larger areas of our state.
Okay, Representative Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee. It is a complex problem, and I think no one knows that better than me. I've talked to a number of those fire chiefs and just about everybody who has a stake in this. I disagree with the recommendation of ITL because a ban on balanced billing has been recommended by Tyler Brennan in the New Hampshire Insurance Department for some time, and it's a growing national trend. My own ambition for this bill was to solve the problem of ambulance reimbursement rates statewide and to gain more revenue for the property tax poor towns like Representative Ham is talking about. But because of the difficulties of this session, I scaled it back to focus on the balance billing for this year. But this is like Groundhog Day. This bill pops up every year and it'll come back next year. In the meantime, I've been building a coalition of these people who are involved in commercial ambulances, fire departments, hospitals, and everything else in order to really expand a bill that deals with the revenue problem for next year. I don't see why we couldn't pass the balanced billing thing in the meantime.
Okay.
Thank
you. Representative Bartlett.
I'm confused, Representative Weston. The motion is to retain, not to ITL.
Right. And the reason I don't want to retain it for this year, I want to get rid of, I think we should pass this now. I think we ought to pass the balanced billing part of this so that people don't get these surprise bills. And then next year we'll deal with the problem that Representative Ham was addressing about revenue for fire departments.
Okay, so
I disagree with with the retain.
All right, so they're all integrated. Okay, that ambulances are not, I guess, like mental health. It's something different. It's not the way we normally deal with all our other fee-for-service when it comes to insurance companies paying for medical providers. The mental health is obviously different because it goes on, it can last for a long time, and it doesn't have an end date. You don't have a easily you're cured, solution. And with the ambulance, it's an even more awkward situation because the ambulances don't get reimbursed for equipment for just sitting there. They're waiting and being there in expectation that they're going to be needed. They can only do fee for service, and they're never going to get, frankly, never going to get fully reimbursed from an insurance company. And if the balance billing concept is that you're going to get an insurance company to go it, I thought it was pretty clear in the hearing that there were plenty of ambulance providers said it's never going to work because they don't want to have a contract. They don't want to sign a contract because they don't want to take the measly amounts of money the insurance company is going to be willing to pay. And that is never, and then, so why we had the balance billing exists is because some fire departments really do want it. They want the balance billing. That I don't know. I know you're saying everybody wants to solve that, but that's not what I heard. I heard some ambulance companies thought it was an appropriate fee for a user fee. And that what really comes down to is that most ambulance services are somewhat related to the fire department. The fire departments is something that every town's got in their budgets. We all expect to have our fire department. We want our, to have that ambulance service, and just like we want to have our fire trucks. But at the end of the day, how to properly reimburse for the fees, for the costs, when this is really an investment by each town, each community, to provide an important service to their community. And every community has a different value system. Everyone has a different way to do it. Some have, it's a separate nonprofit. Some it's part of their fire department. Some of them are just private companies. So, you've got a lot of different providers, all have different agendas. The different way to fund it. And so to separate, to think that you're going to solve the balance billing without, I mean, I'll tell you, I have very distinct memories of with the last time this bill, last time we dealt with it, I had a lot of fire department, a lot of fire people come up to me and say, we want the balance bill. Don't take that away from us. And certainly don't take it away from it if you haven't solved the issue of how we're going to get properly reimbursed for this equipment and for services. So having said that, I will take it Representative Abramson.
It sounds like somebody's talking about amending the bill. Did anyone actually produce an amendment through OLS?
No, she's not. What she did is she's saying how this bill is different than the previous bill, how the previous time we had this bill. So, Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have a concern that I do support what Representative Weston is saying. I do believe that having taken a piece and working on a piece and then building to a better resolution with later legislation is a really good idea. That leads me to believe that perhaps retaining might be the better option so that we can better set the foundation for that future work. I do support and applaud the work of Representative Weston and those that worked with her, but that is my thought at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Burrows.
Thank you. I could live with it either way, but in support of Representative Weston, I feel that we're asking consumers to bear the brunt of a problem of a broken business model on the side of the ambulances. And I don't think the consumers should be the ones who pay the price for this.
Okay. I assume, Connie, that you just haven't put your hand down. So any other discussion on the motion to retain House Bill 343? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Okay. Motion is to retain House Bill 343. Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon. Yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham.
Yes.
Representative De Palma.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
No.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert. Representative Herbert.
No, sorry.
Representative Van Houten. Representative Van Houten. You're on mute.
I'll try it again. I apologize. No.
Representative Fargo. Representative Fargo.
My apologies. No.
Representative Weston.
No.
Representative Bellew.
No.
Representative Burrows.
No.
Representative McAleer.
No.
And Representative Hunt.
Yes.
All right, the vote is 11-8.
More discussion on the motion? I mean, we're all set. We made the motion. It's retained, so we're all done with the executive session. What a nightmare.
Yes. Sure is.
Yeah, I don't know why. Zoom just crashed on my computer. I guess I don't know what happened. It just crashed. Okay. All right. So we're ready to go into our last hearing for the day, House Bill 310 relative to vehicle repairs. And I don't have my list in front of me yet, but I'm going to go get it. But the sponsor, are you out there, the sponsor? Would you please raise your hand? Is it Ken? Ken Weiler, are you there?
Ken Weiler.
Is Ken there? Aye. I don't even see him.
Car broke down.
Okay, no Ken. All right, does someone have the bill in front of them? Who's the co-sponsor? Or co-sponsor? I guess I'll ask any of the attendees who would like to introduce the bill for Ken.
Representative Stephen Smith and Stapleton are the two co-sponsors.
Smith was probably not going to be here because he's chairing in the committee. I see Smith by itself. Smith, is that you? Raise your hand if that's you, if you like to speak. Or maybe that's not, it just all it says is Smith. Nobody wants to introduce the bill for me?
The only other thought I have is that there is a phone caller. I don't know that that's Representative.
Phone caller. Oh, okay, I got it. Walt Stapleton. All right. Oh, you know what, Pam? You have to turn me back on again because coming back in, I lost my.
I kept co-hosting you and then you disappeared again.
Exactly. All right, there we go.
You're back on.
Okay. And Walt Stapleton is coming up. There he is. Thank you, Representative Stapleton, for standing in for.
Okay, thank you very much for letting me be a speaker here. And I was not prepared to present the bill, but in absence of the two others, I thought I would at least make an effort to stand in. I'm Walt Stapleton, representative from Claremont, Ward 3, Sullivan County, District 5. And I am a co-sponsor, third in line on this bill, HB 310, relative to vehicle repairs. I believe this bill is good for protection against incomplete, inadequate repairs and unfair insurance prescriptions and claim practices that would otherwise enable that. It's essential that with the complex nature of automobiles today, that manufacturers' recommendations and prescriptions for repairs are done accurately and according to what the engineers have designed for those vehicles. We're traveling at high speed on highways. There are millions of vehicles. To have incomplete and inadequate repairs jeopardizes the safety of the highway traveling public and the passengers in those cars, as well as bystanders and pedestrians on wayside and city streets. I can't speak to any further of the detail of the bill. This is not my area of expertise, but I was proud to want to sponsor it because of the concern for safety and the complexity that modern automobiles have today. So I'm hoping that if you have questions of a technical nature, that some following speakers can testify better to than myself. But if I can answer anything, I would be glad to try. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm a supporter and co-sponsor of 310. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Herbert has a question.
I remember the conversations about this bill. It's pretty intense, actually. But just for my edification, what is a rebuttable presumption?
The rebuttable presumption appears in several aspects of our statutes relative to liability. And it presumes that there is an expectation or a freedom from, in the case of liability, a freedom from liability that is rebuttable. For instance, landowners who allow ATV trails, snowmobile trails through their property are given a certain waiver of liability, and that's a rebuttable presumption. And if unless they do something untoward that would affect the travelers. Otherwise, travelers on those trails rights of way have, and when they have an accident, can't go and sue the landowner just because the landowner gave her permission. But if the landowner did something like put something in the trailway, then the rebuttable aspect enables that person to challenge the waiver and sue for damages and injuries. And in this case, the rebuttable presumption on that the manufacturer's recommendations are necessary. And if there is something variable in an accident claim situation, then that can be brought to court in a lawsuit to rebut the assumption of those necessary prescriptions for vehicle repairs. I don't know, does that help answer the question?
Well, yes, can I continue, Chairman?
Further question, main question.
So when it comes to car repairs, the intent of this bill is to allow independent shops access to repair work, even though the manufacturer may claim that they must do, their designated dealership must do the repairs. So the rebuttable presumption allows for the independent shop owner to do business on these cars. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the last few words of that. The rebuttable presumption enables the independent shop to do what?
To do the repairs.
To do the repairs. I would say so, but the obligation on the individual shop is to be familiar with what the manufacturer's recommendations would be relative to those repairs. And if there's any recalls, for instance, or industry practices that are prescribed, it's a moving environment as engineers modify some of the parts and some of the things that they have that are going wrong or compromised on vehicles. It doesn't preclude independent shops from being able to do repairs.
All right. Yep, I'm good.
Okay, Representative Ham.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have a series of questions, knowing a bit about vehicle repairs and my family having been in that business for 50 years. I just wonder, and I guess I heard it covers all vehicles, snow machines or cars. I guess this covers everything. But back to the automobiles, is there any age of the vehicle, or once the vehicle is out of warranty? I think it might be a little difficult for independent repair shops to be 100% familiar with all the manufacturers recommended everything as far as the car is concerned. When the car is 12 years old or beyond the ability to go to the garage, the dealer, to have it repaired. I'm just wondering what vehicles are covered under this.
Right. Thank you for the question. That's a great question. I happen to own and restoring, used to drive a 1940 Pontiac. The only manufacturer's recommendations that I can avail at this point are the older manuals, repair manuals, probably going up to about 1957 or 58. Beyond that, it kind of evaporates and disappears. And later, earlier age vehicles, you know, in the 80s or the 90s, there's still information available out of very good technical manuals that you probably have used in your shop and have a collection of them on a desk and in files. I think the focus is for these later, newer models of vehicles that are extremely complex, and those where the sensitivity area is. You know, my 40 Pontiac doesn't have direction signals, and you know, it has different brake capabilities than the new cars, but the new cars can do all kinds of things, especially with cameras on them. They park themselves. This is high technical complexity, and with that complexity, we need to have certain guidelines and to be able to follow them. And it's no different than what we're experiencing with the Zoom phenomenon with remote hearings. It's technical and complex and sometimes difficult, and gives us bugs and problems that are tough to solve to get it working. So and when I'm going to do my vehicle repairs, and I'm underneath the car because I've done that for a number of years, and I come across a difficult problem, even on a newer car, before I do anything, I'll go to YouTube or I'll go to the manufacturer's site and how to take this apart and how to assemble it properly so I don't have a rework situation and a breakdown on the road. So it is critical to continue to follow manufacturers' recommendations where available. I hope that's helpful.
Sorry, I'm muted. Sorry, I did my mute. Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my call, my question. I'm not mechanically inclined by any means. That's why I have my husband who is. I asked him to help me understand this, and I just want to make sure I understand it. The way I'm reading this is basically we're saying that the insurance companies are we're requiring that the insurance companies, there's an accident and my windshield breaks and they have specific things in my windshield, that we're requiring the insurance company to cover that cost to make sure any calibrations that need to be done are covered based off of the manufacturer's recommendations. Because what I'm getting kind of confused at some of the questions, because based on how I'm reading, we're basically saying that if a vehicle is in an accident and it gets repaired, that some of the insurance companies are not covering the cost of recalibrating some of these issues that can come up, and that now the owner of the vehicle now has to cover those calibrations because the insurance company isn't doing it. And I just want to understand that that's what we're trying to get at.
I believe so. The tendency to understate or under award a claim, I think, has been too prevalent in many circumstances, not all. But again, with these complex vehicles today, with cameras, backup systems, self-driving, self-parking, calibration is absolutely critical. And we don't want the insurance companies to say, well, maybe it's $1,500 repair, but we're only going to give you $1,000. And so you start to take shortcuts with maybe a secondary piece of equipment and maybe not so much of the test and recalibration adjustment end of it. That's what we want to avoid. Again, targeting for safety and complete effective repair. And we don't want the insurance companies to cut that effort short by short award on adjustments. And therefore, the bill coordinates repairs, insurance claim payments with the necessary repairs as recommended by the manufacturers.
So just more of the fact of like calibrating, like wheel sensors sometimes, or like I said, the windshield or a backup camera to make sure everything is in sync as it should be to make sure it's safe. Excuse me. Ew, tickle my throat.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I missed the question, the follow-up question on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding what the request of this bill is that, you know, it's basically making sure that the calibrations are done after an accident so that the vehicles are safe based on manufacturer specifications, and it's not being ignored as a need after an accident.
Correct. The safety aspect is of paramount importance. And we want the insurance companies to be sensitive to that and compliant with that, and not short award any claims for repairs that might compromise the safety of the repair. So we're pointing to the manufacturer's recommendations for all the aspects of that particular repair. It's a customer quality and safety issue.
Okay, next is, Representative Bartlett is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Stapleton, would you believe that we have been working on this bill for many years? We've had study committees, and there will probably be a lot of people behind you that could answer some of these questions.
Yes, I would believe that. And yes, some of these things are tough to get focused in on and nailed down. And I appreciate all the work you've been doing on this. And I think we still have to strive for it until we get it and get it done so that we can coordinate insurance with repairs for safety.
Okay. Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Was it your intent under this bill that some of these newer cars with this fancier equipment not use, recycled materials, that they only use new OEM parts, not parts off of totaled vehicles or parts cars?
For the safe repair, the OEM, the part that meets the specification is primary. Now, can that part be from recycled materials or from different manufacturers? That's a good question and a tough one to answer. And I would have to say that if the alternate manufacturer part or the recycled material part doesn't meet the specifications, then it should not be utilized for the repair. The determination may be the difficult fact, and sometimes the manufacturers will specify only use original OEM parts for this particular repair. And so that's our flag or warning. Now, they're going to want to protect their line of trade and business in doing that, but there's also a safety aspect for that recommendation as well. In my experience of my own car repairs, I've used both secondary market parts as well as OEM parts. Sometimes the secondary markets work, sometimes not so much, and I've gone to replacing with a dealer manufacturer part. Even though it's more money, it's generally more reliable. And so as I grow older and want to be underneath the automobile less and less, especially in winter conditions, I'm inclined to go to the dealer and get the OEM part. And if there's a problem, I got the dealer to bring it back to, and then you've used the right parts. So if there's something that breaks down and it creates a liability, I think I've got a better chance at a defense in court.
Follow-up? Oh, he's gone. Here, I'll just ask my.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, you may inquire.
So sometimes when I repair my car, when I'm looking for parts, sometimes I use new copies that are just as good, and sometimes I use used OEM parts like what you find at a junkyard.
You know what, Max? I hate to do this to you, but we have other people who are much more intimate exactly what this bill is, and I know I have a sense of where you're going with your questions, and I think some of the other people who are going to come up are probably more appropriate to ask these questions too, because they'll explain to you this. The law is if you have a brand new car, the statute requires you to have to put in the manufactured parts, but OEM stuff comes in later. So I think it's probably best that you hear from other people who will testify, who can get more articulate what I think you're going with it. Is that,
well, no, I was actually just asking what the co-sponsor's intent was for the bill. What he's trying to accomplish from the bill.
Yeah, I would say that the safety and coordinate those mandate insurance payments and cover the correct repair of the manufacturer's recommendations and parts for safety, customer quality and safety.
Great, thank you. Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Stapleton. And Mr. Chairman, it may be that I'll have to defer my question until sometime later, but I'll ask it, and then you tell me if I need to hold off. But my question, my question is, does this bill enable manufacturers to so specialize their parts that requires so many special tools that would require so many special recommendations as to basically put your local repair shop out of business?
Well, that's a good question. And we are already there relative to the specialty technical aspects of vehicles and special tools and special procedures. I know myself, I won't work on a 2020 automobile. I work on my 1940 Pontiac, but the newer the vehicles got, the more complex they are. I don't think it's an intent to drive the smaller shop out of business. I think it's a challenge for the small business to keep up with the new vehicle safety and the repair standards. And I was in the computer business some years ago, and I got out of it because I couldn't keep up with it. Now, that wasn't the intent of the manufacturers and the Progressive Insurance hardware. It was just the fact that if I'm going to be a dealer, I've got to keep up with the latest and be compliant. I think it's just a natural phenomenon of an advancing market and an economy.
Okay, Representative Herbert, you've got a specific question?
My question's to the chair.
Okay.
And having gone through some of the hearings in previous sessions, my question to you is, what is the likelihood of us actually fixing this bill one way or the other this year? Should we retain it?
We might want to retain it. The history of this bill, just for everyone's sake, is I believe the issue is that the auto body companies feel that the insurance companies are trying to cut corners on getting cars repaired, is what the issue of this bill is about. So we can take it from there. Yes, we've had this bill multiple times, and it hasn't done so well. It did pass the committee last year with a different,
with great difficulty.
Great difficulty and different committee mix. Yes. Okay. You guys gonna lower your hands just so I feel okay about. So I normally would call on George Russo's, but I'm Scott Robertson is in a time limit, so I'm going to invite him to testify. At this point, I'm not sure I have anybody. I certainly don't have anybody who's in support of the bill who wants to speak. So I would say to the attendees, if you want to support the bill, please raise your hand so I can get you next after Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
Hi, my name is Scott Robertson, and I am the current president of the Automotive Recyclers Association. We're the association of auto salvage facilities throughout the world. I'm also owner and president of Robertson's Auto Salvage in Wareham, Massachusetts. And our family of businesses include a brand new GMC truck dealership and a body shop. So I'd say that I pretty much represent all three. I've managed our body shop, our salvage facilities, and under the same roof as our dealership. I have all three. And make no doubt about it, this bill here is an OEM repair procedure bill. It's just taken a different route. It states within this bill, vehicle is repaired with applicable manufacturer's recommendations. Well, the vehicle manufacturers, they only recommend vehicles to be repaired with their parts and only their parts. They don't allow the use of new aftermarket. They don't allow the use of new opt OEM, which is a brand new part that was manufactured by a supplier of General Motors or Ford or Chrysler, but sold out a different channel, not sold through the dealership channel. And it certainly doesn't allow the use of recycled original equipment parts. Most of you know that is used auto parts. This restricts the consumer's choice in where and how a vehicle is repaired, thus driving up the costs of the repair. A recycled original equipment part is not only cheaper, but is far better for the environment than using a new part in repairs. The automotive recycling industry is actually carbon negative. I know there's a big push now with the new administration about being green. When you buy a used auto part, you're helping the environment. But the real crust of this bill is safety, and that's all I hear is safety. This bill mentions safety all the time. If it was truly about safety, why is it only for insurance repairs and not for all repairs? Ask yourself that question. Is the safety of a person driving, is their life worth more if they're insured or not insured? Shouldn't it be for all repairs if it's truly about safety? Now, the manufacturers have a long history of putting profits before safety. And I've testified in front of you many times, and I've always said that they've done that in the past. Just look back at the GM ignition switch. GM waited 10 years until recalling and fixing a known problem because the injury settlements were cheaper than the recall. Leopards don't change their spots. Profits over safety. I just don't think you can trust the vehicle manufacturers to do the right thing. Do you have any questions?
Jane, I'll take that as a hand up, Jane.
Yes, it is a hand up. It was easier for me to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Robertson. Is
Sure.
this the right to repair bill that we heard so much about in Massachusetts?
No, the right to repair bill was first passed in 2012. And that was to for the vehicle manufacturers to give the independent repair shops access to information. The right to repair bill that was just passed now, which now is in court, is all about telematics. Now, the cars nowadays are very smart and they're very complex. I don't argue that question at all. It takes a lot of training to be able to fix these cars. But these cars can communicate and they send data back to the vehicle manufacturer. It's where that data goes and who owns that data. If you're driving a car, you might want your car fixed at your brother-in-law's repair shop, and you want your data to go over to his repair shop. You don't want it to go to General Motors. And you can't even point it to a dealership you want it to go to. It goes back to Detroit or wherever, Kentucky, where the car is built or where their headquarters are, and they decide what dealer is going to get that car information to contact you to fix that car.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that.
Okay, Representative Abramson.
Thank you. And just to be sure that recycled parts are almost always OEM parts.
That is correct.
So you're saying So now, if they're not using recycled OEM parts, do the repair shops sometimes use other than OEM parts, for example, knockoffs?
Yes, they will use what's called an aftermarket part. Now, if you speak to a vehicle manufacturer, they call every part that's not theirs an aftermarket part. But in my industry, an aftermarket part is a brand new part that was made by someone other than the vehicle manufacturer. It's sort of like going into a CVS, and instead of buying a Motrin, you buy a CVS Motrin. It's cheaper. It does the same thing. You know, affects your body the same way. It's just a little bit cheaper.
All right, fair enough.
Well said. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rodman.
Okay, thank you.
The chair will call on George Russos.
And I would like just to quickly interject, pardon me, Mr. Russos,
Not
just
at
to
all.
know that Representative Weiler is with us.
Oh, great.
He has been on his phone, and I've relabeled him by his name so we can identify which of the phones is him.
Okay. And did you put him up as a panelist or is not?
I have not done that yet. No, I'd be happy to if you want me to.
Yeah, sure, because I can't see him at this point. Oh, I see it now. I see it now. Okay. Yeah, I can't move him. You have to move him.
Actually, I can only allow him to speak, but he shows up on
Right,
this.
that's right. That's it, because he doesn't. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Ken.
You need to hit *6, Representative Weiler, to unmute your phone.
And you there, Ken? I just got your message, Pam.
I was trying.
But I just getting out just shows you that things are a little delayed here. Is Ken, are you there? I'm going to click on ask to unmute, but I don't think that
Yeah, *6 is what he needs to do on his keypad.
on his phone, right? *6.
Yeah. And I did relay that information through an email to a staff person.
All right.
There he
I am
is.
unmuted. All right.
Good afternoon.
I've been working on this for 30 minutes. I've been listening to you when you opened the hearing. I was watching the screen and I couldn't get on.
Okay, well, you're on now.
All right. Thank you. I've got a statement I'd like to read.
That's great.
All right. For some reason, the screen is not in sync with the phone. I don't know why.
Right now, we don't have you're on the phone. So on our screens is we have you and it tells us that it's a telephone call that you're calling in. So feel free to go ahead
All right.
and testify.
All right. I've been working on this issue since chairing a study committee in 2018.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Okay.
I'm distracted by looking at the screen because it's 2 minutes off or something.
Don't.
All right, I've been
Just talk.
just share.
I've been working on this issue since chairing a study committee in 2018. We heard from many independent repair shops that were not getting a fair deal from an insurance companies in paying for vehicle repair. The insurance companies would pay one rate. Oh. I don't know what's going on. All right. The insurance companies would pay one rate. All right.
I can hear a little something in the background, but yeah.
Yeah, he dropped out.
No, I'm talking still. The repair shops would pay one rate for dealers, but would expect to pay less to an independent shop. Some of the gimmicks used by the insurers were sure to find a shop that would bid for less on the repairs, but would not do a quality job. Some laws referred to only using parts of like kind and quality. All right. Some laws referred to only parts of like kind and quality, referred to as LKQ. So one company was selling used parts, labeled themselves LKQ. Disagreements between the repair shops and the insurance company went to the insurance department to be settled. The shops felt that the department was always biased in favor of the insurance company, even though the department admitted that their officials that were sent out to look at the parts were not qualified repairers. Sometimes they just looked at pictures. We passed an earlier bill in this committee to deal with the problem. It's just about exactly the same bill. It also passed the Senate. The Commissioner of Insurance went to the Commissioner of Insurance. No, that had nothing to do with it. And then it went to the Senate, where it was tabled along with so much of our other good work. So this bill makes it clear that the insurance companies cannot ask any repairer to do less than the work that the vehicle's manufacturer says is needed to restore it to the standard to which it was made. I had proposed an amendment to the earlier bill to have disputes on repairs judged by a neutral party, which you may still think is necessary, such as Department of Safety vehicle inspectors. That amendment was not adopted, but you might consider it. But this bill is the same as you passed last year and went to the Senate, and it passed the House on a roll call vote, I think 216 to 106. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be able to take questions? I guess not. Okay.
All right.
Can you all set, Ken?
Yeah, what I'm watching on the screen, John, is about 2 minutes behind what we're doing on the phone.
I was telling you to stop doing that. Don't watch on the screen. Just, you know.
All right. I won't. I'll mute it. That's what I'll do.
Okay.
I'll mute it.
If he's watching YouTube, there's a delay on that.
Oh, the YouTube.
Yeah,
there's YouTube is.
All right. I'm off of YouTube.
Okay, great. Are you willing to take questions?
I am.
Okay, Representative Greason has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Weiler. What happens if a car cannot be repaired to the pre-accident condition as determined by the manufacturer, yet would still be safe enough to pass a state inspection otherwise? What happens then?
Well, in some instances, this has happened, and then they had an accident, and the accident was not survivable. Somebody brought up a case in Texas where a roof was welded on rather than glued on, and you couldn't tell that. But the people died, and there was a huge lawsuit because it wasn't done to the specs. You know, somebody tried to sue the manufacturer because the people should have survived it, but they didn't survive it because the car was repaired in a way that was not to the manufacturer's specs. So that's one of the reasons why some of the repairers thought you've got to go by manufacturer specs, because they're looking at other repair shops that give them a bad name by covering up a repair that isn't done right. So that's the reason. You could possibly drive it, but you wouldn't expect to have the same warranty and protection.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we're all set. Okay, well, thank you, Ken. So you can stay on and listen in.
Thank you, John.
And all right. Okay, George Russo's is now recognized to speak. I turned your video off, George.
Oh, okay.
So you have to turn your video back on if you want video, or I guess I can turn it back on.
You stopped it.
I'm gonna say ask to start video. There we go.
There you go.
Okay. There you go.
I can't. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is a topic that, as other speakers have said, has been around for a long time, and it's about as controversial an issue as I've dealt with over the years. And I think that it's a frustrating issue for a lot of us to deal with. And I would like to explain why And I think a good starting point, because I think that a lot of what folks have said, expressing concerns about the current system, is based on a lack of, to be candid, a lack of understanding of how things work today. This has been pitted as a battle between the auto repairers and the insurance companies, and naturally, there's going to be a tension between the two. The objective of the auto repair, like any businessman, is to maximize profits. The objective of the insurance company is to have work done safely, in a timely manner, and at the lowest cost. And so there's always going to be tensions, and that's why we've seen this bill and other bills, I think, over the years proposed by the automobile dealers. And if I may say, I think that it's certainly not your job to do something to help insurance companies, and we don't ask you to do that. I don't think it's your job to help the auto repairers either. The largest of them are the automobile dealers, who, I believe it's so, make more money repairing vehicles than selling them. So it's a big business. And it's a business that is increasingly becoming, as automobile repairs become more and more sophisticated, as others have mentioned, with the diagnostic tools that didn't exist 10 years ago, and the ones that are coming in the next 5 or 10 years. As it becomes more complex, fewer and fewer shops are able to do the work, and the work is going to some large independent shops that can afford the machinery to do scans and calibrations and repairs, and a lot of it to the dealers. Now, I'm just going to talk a little bit about manufacturers' recommendations, and I think someone who follows me may go into some more specifics about that. But this is not an instruction manual. This manufacturer's recommendation includes thousands and thousands of communications. Each vehicle and each model has its own recommendations that come from the manufacturer. Some of them are sound, some of them clearly are not things that should be followed. A manufacturer can recommend whatever they want. There's no control, there's no agency that regulates what a manufacturer recommends. And under this bill, anything that is recommended by the manufacturer is presumed to be correct. And that goes way too far. And there are examples that can be given. Some have been alluded to, where the manufacturer, for example, says you can only use Volvo parts. Or it says you can only have the part repaired with the following tools, or only by a certified dealer, which is more and more what's going on. This is a very dynamic field, and repairs, the manufacturers, I think it's very fair to say, prefer the deal with fewer repairers that they have relationships with. And so these recommendations cut out the independent dealer that I think a lot of you are trying to protect and are concerned about, in favor of the large, economically powerful repairer. So again, on manufacturers, then there's tons of examples, but one that I recall, I don't remember the manufacturer, but it said that if there's any accident that causes any damage to the body of the car, the recommendation is that the repairer remove the steering wheel, look at the sensors, and then replace it, which is a $200-300 repair, if I recall. Now, common sense tells you when and when not to perform such a recommendation of the manufacturer. But under this bill, there's no control whatsoever. There's no check or balance. on the part of the insurance company to be sure that unnecessary repairs are not performed, let alone that they're not performed at a price that is excessive. So the question arose under this bill, what is meant by a rebuttable presumption? Insurance adjusters and repairers have been dealing with one another for 100 years now. Never, to my knowledge, has there been a standard of rebuttable presumption to guide them in negotiating repair costs or what repairs are necessary. That's a newly invented phrase when applied to this, and it takes the bargaining power from an equal one to one where the repairer is presumed, if he follows the manufacturer's recommendation, to be correct. It puts the burden on the insurance company to then say, no, here's evidence that you're incorrect. No, that's not a workable way to do business. Also under the bill, and perhaps one of the most important issues that the bill presents is at the end. They talk about paint and materials. Now you can talk about safety and suggest that safety is an issue. It really is not an issue, and I can talk a little about that, but let's assume you're right and you're concerned about safety, and we all are concerned about safety. What do you say about the last part of the bill that refers to paint and materials? At least with respect to that part, I think we can all agree it has nothing whatsoever to do with safety. The quality of the paint job and safety are unrelated. What we are talking about is cost. And it's estimated that over half the cost of repair to a vehicle is paint and materials. Sounds like an awful lot, but that's a statistic that I think is holds up. So about half of the increased cost in this bill comes from the paint and materials section, which has nothing to do with safety. The insurance department has estimated that this bill would increase insurance costs by up to 20%. And that, that is consistent with what insurance companies estimate. Now, why in the world would this legislature want to subject its constituents to an increase in insurance costs? And I know you will weigh that carefully. Why would you do so? Well, I think that there's two reasons that are kind of, some of it below the surface a little bit and some of it right out in the open. And one is that it's presented that the little dealer is not getting a fair shake from the big insurance company. And the other is that cars are not safely repaired. Now, the safety issue is one that has no evidence behind it. With respect, Representative Weiler talks about a Texas case that every time there's testimony on this bill, they drag out this Texas case involving sheet metal 6 years ago that others have looked at and said that's kind of questionable to refer to that case in the first place. But if that's the only evidence you have to suggest that vehicles are being repaired unsafely, that's not enough to draw any conclusions from. It seems obvious that if the motor vehicles in our state were not safely repaired, we'd all know about it. We'd all know about it. I tell you too, it's in the interest of an insurance company to have a satisfied customer. We want the car to be repaired safely and in a timely manner. So in essence, what is the relationships here are that the insurance company stands in the shoes of the person who buys insurance, of their insured. And if you look at it from the standpoint that you had no insurance, your car was damaged in an accident, what would you do? Well, you'd want to get the best price, wouldn't you? You'd want to have it repaired properly and timely, but at the best price. And that's exactly what the insurance companies do. So there's a lot of ground that could be covered here. It is, I've found it, it used to be an interesting issue. Now it's getting to be kind of an old issue, and I'm sure it is for some of you. But I hope you will think carefully. And I think too, I'm not sure what the insurance department will say to you today, but in the past, the insurance department has said that it opposes this bill. It opposes it because of the increased cost, and that the bill benefits, it benefits the automobile repairers, the big repairers, at the expense of the insurance buying public. And I think that that's true. Thank you.
Any questions for Attorney Russo's? I would say, well, James Fox is not here today. I'm not quite, he was not able to make it, but his position was neutral, George, so just so you know. Okay, I see no questions for Attorney Russo's. Again, is anybody who would like to speak in support of the bill? I hope you could raise your hand if you're one of the attendees, so that we have a nice balanced hearing here. Otherwise, Jim Hayden is next. Go ahead, Jim.
There we go. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jim Hayden again on behalf of State Farm Insurance Companies, which frankly is one of the country's and New Hampshire's largest insurer of automobiles. We have been opposed to this bill and this idea since the first day it was introduced 2 or 3 years ago. I'm not too sure of what variation of the bill this is now, but it is, I think, where it left off last year. And I think the best way to explain our opposition to this bill is to really go back and touch on a few points that George mentioned, but try to put it in the context of how auto repairs are handled under the laws of New Hampshire. And, you know, I think we need to first focus on the fact that under our existing laws, you know, insurance companies are not allowed to steer business to automobile repairers. If you're in an accident or your car is damaged, you are free to choose, any consumer is free to choose the auto body of his or her choice. Basically, in that context, you know, the insurer is required to pay for the repairs, but he's not required to pay more than the fair and reasonable price for the repairs. And by this process, it allows the consumers their choice, but it also protects the insurance company from being overcharged for those repairs. And effectively, this bill tries to wipe out that whole dynamic. When an automobile is damaged in an insured accident, an insurance adjuster or the repair shop identifies the repairs required to restore the vehicle to the pre-loss condition. There's an estimate prepared that lists and details what needs to be done. And once that estimate is prepared, there are discussions and negotiations between the insurance adjuster and the repair facility regarding the scope of the repairs and the specific parts to be needed. And the vast majority of cases, I mean, the entirely vast amount of times, those are worked out without any real dispute. But in this process and in this negotiation and in this discussion, you know, the insurers and repairers know that the auto manufacturers have an informed perspective about how to repair a car. The auto repairers have views on the proper repairs because they've learned how to fix them. And the insurance company has views on how it should be done because, frankly, they adjust thousands and thousands of auto repairs. And everybody shares a common goal of a proper repair of an automobile. But it's only the insurer's goal of ensuring that the price is not excessive. And that's because they ultimately would need to pass the cost of the repairs along to their customers. And no company would ever want to do that and be forced to pass along an unnecessary cost. This bill really tries to eliminate the insurance company from that discussion. And that is really why it disrupts the economics of an auto repair process. And that by itself should be the reason to reject the bill as a whole. We have heard that, we have heard before that the insurance department was concerned about how this bill or how this type of bill could raise rates. It is the reason that the governor vetoed the bill 2 sessions ago. And I think that, the proponents of this bill would rather not think about these types of things. And I think we need to have to confront them here today. But we also can focus on the need to for safe repairs, because if you read between the lines, to the extent any of this is driven by safe repairs, this bill is actually inconsistent, because it really allows an auto repairer to ignore a manufacturer's procedures, because it doesn't require that all repairs follow manufacturer's procedures. It just says if they choose to follow them, an insurance company has to pay for it. And that means that they would necessarily have an incentive to choose the most expensive repair when an insurance company was paying for it. And they frankly argue that they themselves are the sole arbiter of repairs and the safety of cars. And the fact is, that's not true at all. State Farm and 110 other insurance companies show their support for highway safety and the safety of cars through their support of the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. And they're the folks who inform all of us about the safety of automobiles through independent scientific and educational organizational studies. Sorry. So we learned from their hard work. And so with that, there's at least some overtone that this bill would support small body shops and allow them to flourish. I think you've heard earlier testimony how there's most of the small body shops are not associated with manufacturers and auto dealers. While it may have some small benefit to smaller body shops, it would have a disproportionate benefit to the larger body shops. And I thought that George alluded to, how this bill might work and the fact that it's tied to procedures. And I called All Data, it's in all caps, which is a website that provides manufacturer repair procedures to the collision repair industry. And when I asked the person on the other end of the phone, the customer service rep, how many repair procedures are out there, he said, well, frankly, he grunted and said a lot, and estimated that their database holds 10,000 or more OEM procedures. And I thought I would share with you a short slide, a few slides that I prepared that shows you how these procedures play into the repair process and how it would impact the adjustment of a claim and the cost of that claim. And I will try to share a screen right now.
I hope this is short.
If I will make it short.
Yeah, we want the edited version.
Okay. So this is a picture of a 2015 Altima. You can see in the front where the license plate, there's some small damage to the license plate holder and the bumper. There's a closer shot of the bumper and the damage. And in the normal course, the adjuster for the insurance company would look at this and make a visual inspection and decide how much it would cost just to fix what's obviously broken and what they can see with the naked eye. But that also, it's industry standard that they would also allow the repair shop to come back and identify additional damage that was not seen by the naked eye. And this is a screenshot of the repairs and the parts and the processes that would be conducted in order to repair the car properly. And you can see the cost there is $746. Then when you start looking at the manufacturer's procedures, you can see that, in this accident, the driver airbag was not activated, but as Mr. Russos mentioned, this procedure would require the removal of the airbag and the checking of the cover and the terminals, even though it's obvious that the damage was not so severe that there would be any impact on the airbag. And you can see further on where the procedure would require some investigation of the center pillar and in place the seatbelt tensioner. You can see where it would require removal of a seat assembly. And I could go on, but by the time you end up adding up all those repairs, the repair estimate grows substantially in time and parts, and the total cost ends up being $2,256.26, nearly 3 times the current cost. And the issue with respect to this bill, Mr. Chairman, is, and I'm trying to figure out how to unscreen share, is that
See, you did it. You went to your desktop.
no, it did. Okay. So
Now you got to turn off your screen sharing.
all right. So am I back to where I should be, Mr. Chairman, as far as
No, I still see screen sharing. You haven't turned it off.
Oh, well, I was doing pretty well for most of that.
So Pam, can I turn it off on my end?
He should be able to do it, like stop sharing at the top of the page. Do we have, I don't see that I can stop sharing.
I can stop. I stop participating sharing.
Oh, you just cut off the ability. There you go.
There we go.
That'll
All right. Thank you. I was just catching up to my end. So to wrap up, I think you see fairly dramatically how, in one situation, how just the blind adherence to procedures really has an inflationary aspect on the cost of repairs. And if the insurance company does not have the ability to push back and reject these unnecessary repairs, the cost of that would inevitably flow through back to the cost of premiums. And for this reason, and for many others, State Farm opposes this bill in any form and this idea in any form. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hatem? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Jim. Okay, next I have Andrea Heiss. And I'll invite you to speak, Andreas. There you go. You are muted. You have to turn your mute off. Yeah, perfect.
That better? Everybody hear me?
We can hear you now.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. My name is Andreas Heiss, and I'm the Government Affairs Manager for LKQ Corporation in the Northeast. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify in opposition to House Bill 310. LKQ is a leading provider of alternative and specialty parts, repair and accessorize automobiles and vehicles. I know we got into it a little bit about aftermarket parts and recycled parts. Well, we're one of the biggest sellers of both of those nationwide. We have 2 facilities in New Hampshire, one in Manchester and one in Londonderry. But I'm not going to focus on the parts so much today, as I'm going to focus on the scanning and calibration aspect of this. Through the years, we've diversified. We own paint companies. We own, we're getting into more of the telematics, but also we've also created a company called Elite Tech Vehicle Services. Now, Elite Tech is a mobile scanning and calibration company. In fact, we are now the largest US provider of mobile and on-site calibrations, diagnostics, and programming vehicle services for fleets and auto repairs. We fully support restoring, repairing, and calibrating the ADAS systems, which are your backup cameras and your lane, stay in the lane type technology. So we fully support repairing those to proper working order. And as a matter of public safety, policymakers should encourage technicians, insurers, and vehicle owners to maintain those systems to the best industry standards. However, we support ongoing development of professional certifications for automotive service excellence, which is one of these certifications, instead of following the manufacturer's own procedures. The issues in this bill have been and continue to be controversial for those involved on all parts for a long time now. It seems to address vehicle repair procedures as they relate to scanning and calibrations of these ADAS systems. However, the use of the word manufacturer recommendations inevitably limits innovation, competition, and impacts the type of parts that are used to repair vehicles. While these ADAS systems are complex, the underlying challenge is not that technical in nature. Rather, these automakers, the OEMs, through mystification and often via their monopolistic practices, they create barriers to servicing and repairing their own products. Bottom line, they want you to go to their shop using their equipment, using their parts. By mandating that the repairers and insurers follow these rules, you'd be limiting many modern, more efficient methods to scan and calibrate vehicles. Sometimes these procedures for preparing a car may be 10 years old. They're not always updated. In that amount of time, better and more efficient aftermarket tools are used to calibrate. Now, do you want to calibrate your vehicle with a string and a dongle, or do you want to use you want them using the newest technology, something that we would use? Well, this bill essentially would prevent us from using newer, better technology and force us to use some outdated, older manufacturer procedures that might not be the best for repairing your vehicle anymore. In addition, having to follow these recommendations will often force customers to get their cars repaired at an OEM repair shop, i.e. the dealer, this instead of going to an independent repair. These shops only use new OEM parts, meaning that the alternative parts like recycled and aftermarket are left out of the loop. Recycled and aftermarket parts often provide consumers with better warranties, better prices, better availability, and limiting these creates an unlevel playing field against the alternative parts industry in favor of the car manufacturers. Without competition, the OEMs are free to charge whatever they want for their parts, and the cost of repairs and the cost of insurance is going to go up. That's pretty much all I have to say. I don't want to repeat what some of the other opponents have said, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but we hope that you have heard my arguments and vote no on this issue. It's just not ready to go. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes than it appears. It's not about safety, as we've beaten this to death. If it were about safety, then it would be on the repairer to follow these procedures every time, and then they would be on the hook for liability, not putting it over to the insurers only on insurance repairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I have one more person signed up, so if any other attendees want to speak, you need to raise your hand, and that is Sandy Bladeblock. And so Sandy, you can start testifying. Jane, is that your hand?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. The representative, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Sorry about that. My computer screen went blank there for a minute. My name's Sandy Blaylock. I'm the executive director of the Automotive Recyclers Association, more commonly known as ARA. We were established in 1943 and today represent the interest of over 4,500 professional automotive recyclers across the US, as well as 17 countries internationally. Our members are dedicated to the efficient removal and reutilization of genuine original equipment manufactured, or more commonly referred to as OEM automotive parts. We are concerned that the language contained in House Bill 310 would have severe anti-competitive consequences for consumers, professional automotive recyclers, and independent repair professionals in New Hampshire as well as elsewhere. Our industry does support that industry repair standards for automotive repair should be well defined as to the process necessary to assure that the vehicles are returned to their pre-loss condition as closely as possible. However, we do not support repair procedures that disallow the usage of recycled original equipment parts or denies the consumer choice of what parts are used in repair of their vehicles. We're also bothered, as several other people have mentioned, the establishment of a rebuttable presumption, which technically means it's true unless somebody comes forward to contest and prove it otherwise, that automotive manufacturers' recommendations for scans and calibrations are necessary for vehicle repair. Over the last 10 years, manufacturers have been much more aggressive in their efforts to force recycled original equipment parts out of the market by releasing these position statements, repair specifications, and procedures that are often biased and based on weak or no apparent scientific research, claiming that recycled OEM parts are inferior to new OEM parts. We feel that House Bill 310 is just another attempt to do just that. We're also bothered by the references to the paint material guidelines, that they're necessary, and I think you've seen examples of how that could go awry in many, many, many ways. So we're urging this committee to consider the consumer aspects of this, and we urgently oppose or ask you to oppose the legislation today. Thank you for testifying, or thank you for allowing me to testify. And I am a former auto recycler, so if you have any questions for me, I'll be glad to ask them from that perspective as well. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Oh, the video's not starting.
There you are.
Can you see me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. So I've always thought that questions like these should be made by the consumer, but I'm not sure if there's some possible way to let consumers choose the higher priced option versus the allowing them to use allowing the repair facility to use something other than OEM equipment, or allowing them to use recycled equipment or calibration, different calibration software or hardware.
So that's a question to you, Sandy.
Okay. Well, I still feel it's, as a consumer myself, and somebody who has many vehicles, anywhere from a 1927 all the way up to a 2020, I can tell you that our business that we had for many years in Albuquerque, New Mexico, 95% of our business was wholesale. So we went directly to the repair facilities that trusted us for many years to give them a quality product to return their customer's vehicle back to pre-loss condition. We really never had a lot of problems with consumers choosing our parts. As a matter of fact, some of my warranties were better than some of the OE warranties. So, for example, every part that I sold came with a minimum of 1 year parts and labor. So if anything happened to any part that I sold, it was replaced, and they were paid to replace that part. So I think at the end of the day, today's vehicles are technically advanced, but they've been technically advanced every year as time has gone along. So this is not the first time that we've seen some of these situations as the bodies and the designs change over time.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Blaylock? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank
So
you.
I do have one hand up. And where can I see? Oh, there we go. Okay, Tom Tucker. And Tom, I'm promoting you up to the panel so you can testify. And all you have to do is unmute, Tom. And
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
yes, we can.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tom Tucker. I am the Senior Director of Government Affairs for the Auto Care Association. The Auto Care Association is a national trade association comprised of more than 3,000 member companies and affiliates that manufacture, distribute, and sell motor vehicle parts and accessories, tools and equipment nationwide. In short, we represent the entire supply chain of the auto industry. And on behalf of the industry, we're opposed to House Bill 310. There's a lot been said today. This has been a very long hearing, so I'm going to be very brief with just 2 points that I'd like to make to the committee. First, our main issue is with Section E of this bill. Section E says in this paragraph, manufacturers' recommendations for scans and calibrations, means of manufacturer's written procedures, specs, tolerance, and other technical requirements. As you've already heard, you know, when you start talking about manufacturer's recommendation and procedures, you're really getting into, it's no longer about safety. You're getting into recommendations that means using OEM tools for scanning and calibration. Representative, I can't think of her name. She's no longer on the call, but she asked the question earlier today, does this have anything to do with right to repair? And my colleague Scott said no, but it actually does. When right to repair was first fought in Massachusetts in 2015, there's a national partnership between the vehicle manufacturers, the Auto Care Association where I work for, and we represent the aftermarket. That partnership says that beginning in model year 2018, the vehicle manufacturers must send to every tool manufacturer or at least make it available in the cloud download any information dealing with scan tool equipment. So we're talking about security information, specs, security patches, updates, so that tool manufacturers can manufacture aftermarket scan tools. The problem is today that technology is moving faster than legislation and the regulatory process. And so the OEMs have now installed secure gateways that now blocks aftermarket scan tools from accessing vehicle diagnostic computer systems. So if you don't know what a secure gateway is, it's nothing more than a cyber barrier or a checkpoint that keeps unauthorized traffic from entering an organization's network. And so this is a major barrier, and that's what this bill would require, that you have to use the OEM network because the aftermarket systems would be blocked. Second, if independent repair shops are using aftermarket scan tools, which many are, and they're being blocked, then the car is going to end up having to go back to the OEM franchise dealer networks, and they're going to ultimately use OEM parts, which is going to raise the cost of the repair. This now becomes an anti-competitive issue that impacts local and small businesses in your communities. And so I certainly would ask you to think about the pandemic and what's happening. And while our industry has been declared essential, most people were staying at home, they weren't getting repairs done. And so the impact to the industry is business was not flowing at the same way before the pandemic. So this bill will ultimately hurt local and small businesses in the state. Finally, OEM recommendations always specify the use of OEM parts. And while this is not outlined in the bill, it is an unintended consequence of this legislation. And so for these reasons, we respectfully ask you to vote no on this bill. And I thank you for your time, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Great, thank you. Is there any questions from any of the committee members? I think they're questioned out. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. So I don't see any more hands up on either side of the aisle here. So I guess we can wrap up the public hearing here. And I would just note that there was five in support, 14 opposed, and 2 neutral on the bill. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 310. And that ends our hearings for today. So otherwise,